we've got all these sensors that's going to be measuring so many various things about this place. So the structure, everything is indigenously designed and made here in India.
Meanwhile, Azadi Sat has a novel feature of having a selfie camera to capture images and send them back to Earth. The payloads were integrated by the student team of Space Kids India. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
As the women's cricket team to face Australia in the Commonwealth Games finals today, Men in Blue shared a video wishing the women in blue. The tweet reads, "Wishes and good luck galore for our women's team from our senior men's team as they take on Australia in the finals of the hashtag CWG 2022 today." Take a look.
Big congratulations to our women's team who have made it to the finals of the Commonwealth Games. It's been a great journey since the first game that you guys played and now to make it to the finals, really great effort. From the entire men's team here, I would like to just wish you all the best. Go out there, have fun and enjoy. Also not to forget 1.4 billion people will be rooting for you all as well. So go out there and enjoy.
Big congratulations to all the girls of the Indian women's team. Really proud of you girls. Fantastic performance. Great effort to reach the final of the Commonwealth Games. I know you all won't be satisfied. One more to go. We from here are rooting for you and wishing you all the very best.
Wishing all the best to our women's team for reaching the finals in Commonwealth. और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि पहली बार क्रिकेट कॉमनवेल्थ में गए और हम लोग फाइनल्स में हैं.
Congratulations to the Indian women's team. You've made all of us very proud. The brand of cricket you've played and the way you've played, the spirit that you've shown on the field, all has been wonderful to watch. We're all extremely proud of you. Looking forward to watching the finals. Whatever happens, you girls have already achieved and given us a lot of moments to treasure.
Wishing our women's team a massive good luck for the final that's going to happen. I think you girls have played really well after losing the first game to come back and do what you'll have done. Go on to beat England in the semi-finals. Very well done. It's been an absolute team effort and I'm sure you put a lot of smiles on people who have come to watch you all.
Congrats to the girls who have reached the Commonwealth Games final. We all are cheering for you. Wish you all the best and from here, from USA, we are supporting you and make sure that you get the goal.
Congratulations to the Indian women's team for reaching Commonwealth Games final. I think it's one of the biggest occasion in your life, and we all are rooting for you from Miami. Hopefully you'll get us a goal.
Congratulations to the Indian women's cricket team for reaching the finals of the Commonwealth Games. We are sure that a medal is always there in the bag, but obviously winning a gold medal would be like an icing on the cake, and the whole world and the Indian fans and us in the teams, we are rooting for you girls.
Good luck. God bless. I'm sure if you have a good game, there's a great chance that we can beat Australia and get that gold medal.
I'm sure that you would lift it, and we are always here to back you and support you. Good luck, girls.
Go for gold.
Go for the gold, girls.
Go for gold.
Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's remark on rape sparks a huge controversy. BJP lambas Ashok Gehlot. All the details and the updates on Republic TV. Stay tuned. Now it's RCP Singh versus the JDU. Singh to file defamation case against the party. Coming up in a short while on Republic. Stay tuned.
Is computing in science and engineering an essential part of industry growth?
The technology is fast changing, and all the products that we are providing to the society, they require knowledge from interdisciplinary area.
Can the study of two different domains make students adept with problem solving?
I would just say that apart from getting the educational degrees, focus on developing skills for yourself.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend only on Republic TV.
In a shocking incident, a speeding bolero crushed an elderly man last night at Azad Chowk in Chhindwara, and reports suggest while the elderly man died at the spot, 5 others were critically injured. In yet another shocking video making rounds on social media, a young man was stabbed and his wife was brutally thrashed by unknown miscreants over a car parking issue at Vegetable Market near Birla Nagar Bridge. Police have informed that the injured have been moved to a hospital and investigation has been launched to nab the accused. A dhaba operator employees thrashed Kanwarias over the bathing issue, and police have registered a case at Simrol police station and investigation too has been launched. Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today.
In Live and Breaking, we bring you a breaking development from Bihar. Now, a huge statement by Minister of Education of the state, Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, states that JDU is not interested in being a part of the union cabinet anymore till 2024. So, a huge statement being made. Well, is it on behalf of the Bihar JDU that the Bihar JDU is not interested in being a part of the union cabinet till the year 2024. Even as there are speculations about a rift within the Janata Dal United, is there a rift in the NDA alliance in the state? As we are hearing a huge statement being made by the Education Minister of the state, who says that the JDU is not all that interested in being a part of the union ministry, of the union cabinet till the year 2024. Earlier, there were speculations about a rift within the JDU. That's the Janata Dal United, as one of its key leaders quit the party. Let's listen in to understand more about what is being said.
आरसीपी सिंह ने अपना निजी फैसला लिया था राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के नाते कि वो शामिल हो, नीतीश जी का फैसला नहीं था।
वो अध्याय समाप्त हो चुका है।
और ये जो हाल फिलहाल में ये जो उमेश कुशवाहा ने आरसीपी जी को लेटर लिखा, प्रॉपर्टी के बारे में विस्तार से मांगा, फिर आरसीपी जी ने कहा, तरह तरह के बयान दिए कि भूजा खाते हैं और प्राइम मिनिस्टर 7 जन्म में नहीं बन पाएंगे।
उसमें तो जो चीज़ें हैं आप ही लोग सबको बता रहे हैं, उसमें कोई ऐसी क्या चीज़ है जिस पे कुछ कहा जाए? उसमें तो जो चीज़ें हैं सबके सामने हैं और सब लोग आप ही लोग के माध्यम से जान रहे हैं, तो उसमें तो कोई नई बात जोड़ने घटाने की है नहीं।
So, Republic there with Chaudhary, Bihar Education Minister. Well, quite surprising statements coming in from the Bihar JDU, just as RCP Singh, one of its key leaders, just earlier had left the party, had quit the party, and our senior editor there, Prashant, telling us about how there are speculations about a rift within the Janata Dal United.
अभी तक तो हम लोगों के जो सर्वमान्य नेता हैं नीतीश कुमार जी, उन्होंने तो सुविचारित फैसला सबको बता दिया है कि जनता दल यू इस मंत्रिमंडल में शामिल होने की रुचि या शामिल होने का विचार नहीं रखती।
अच्छा, इस मतलब कि 19 से लेकर 24 तक आप लोग मंत्रिमंडल में शामिल नहीं हो?
नहीं, ये तो मुख्यमंत्री ने ही घोषणा कर दी थी पिछले ही बार, जब अपेक्षित संख्या में मंत्री का पद नहीं मिला था तो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने घोषणा कर दी थी कि अब हम मतलब जनता दल यू की कोई रुचि केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद में शामिल होने की नहीं है।
क्यों?
तो ये पार्टी का फैसला था और आपको बता दिया कि अपेक्षित संख्या में चूंकि मंत्री का पद नहीं मिला।
कितना आप लोग का डिमांड था?
ये तो अलग बात है, लेकिन हम जो बता दिए आपको कि जो हम लोगों की उम्मीद थी उस हिसाब से मंत्री के पद की संख्या नहीं मिली, तो ये तो पहले ही का फैसला था।
और अलायंस में है लेकिन मंत्रिमंडल में शामिल नहीं होंगे, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल।
ये तो बराबर होता है, कई जगह होता है।
Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, Minister of Education in the state of Bihar, and key leader of the JDU, speaking in an exclusive interaction with Republic, saying that the JDU has no interest in being a part of the union cabinet till the year 2024. So speculations rife over questions of a rift within the party, within the NDA alliance and more. Stay tuned as Republic brings you all the updates. Time now for a short break.
Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
ISRO today will launch its smallest commercial rocket, small satellite launch vehicle, to put in orbit 2 satellites, offering cheap rides to space and eyeing a share in the burgeoning small satellite launch market. The Azadi Sat has been designed by 750 girl students from government schools across the country to mark the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Samyukt Kisan Morcha will launch its nationwide campaign today against Centre's Agnipath scheme for military recruitment scheme, claiming that scheme is a serious setback to farming families. Ex-Union Minister RCP Singh quit JDU, venting spleen against the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and aides. The former Union Minister had quit the Indian Administrative Services to join the JDU 12 years ago and has now announced his resignation from the
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Superfast 50. Stoking a fresh controversy, the Vadra Congress has now blamed rape laws for an increase in rape and murder cases, further adding that this trend is now being reported across the country.
निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है। उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लग गई बच्चियों की।
Hitting out at the Vadra Congress over its controversial comment on rape, the BJP has now slammed the party, saying that this is not the first time it has faced flack for sexist and misogynistic comments.
Once again, the Congress party has shown that Congress ka haath rapist ke saath. This is the Congress's Balatkari Bachao Andolan. Ashok Gehlot's statement is extremely shocking when he says that it is not the rapist, but in fact the rape laws, the stringent rape laws that were created after Nirbhaya, which took place under the watch of the UPA government, that is responsible for murders after rape. Does he mean to say, and does the Congress mean to say, that there should be less stringent laws against rapes?
Following the shocking comment by the Vadra Congress, what followed was an even more shocking defense. Congress leader Rashid Alvi said that Ashok Gehlot is a senior leader and therefore his views need to be considered.
देखिए, अशोक गहलोत के बयान पर विचार करना चाहिए। सीनियर लीडर है, कितनी बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे। रेप की सजा मौत है और कत्ल की सजा भी मौत है। एक आदमी को आप दो मौतें नहीं दे सकते।
DCW chairperson Swati Maliwal too hit out at the Vadra Congress and said that CM Gehlot should stop defending rapists, further demanding action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister over his remarks that have now triggered an almighty controversy.
अशोक गहलोत जी को रेपिस्ट की भाषा बोलना बंद करना चाहिए। जो निर्भया का उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश में जितनी रेप पीड़िताएं हैं उनकी सेंटिमेंट्स को हर्ट हुआ है, उनका हौसला टूटा है। हमने बहुत मेहनत करके, अनशन करके देश में ये कानून बनवाया है कि छोटे बच्चों के बलात्कारियों को हर हाल में फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। ऐसे में राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री का काम है कि वो इस कानून को कड़ी तरीके से लागू करवाएं, जिससे कि रेपिस्ट के अंदर एक डर बैठे, ना कि फालतू की बयानबाजी करे।
With crop diversification, self-sufficiency of agri communities, implementation of the national education policy and urban governance topping the agenda of the 7th Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired the key meeting today in the national capital with senior cabinet ministers and state chief ministers in attendance. A massive row erupted over the Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting after Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao decided to skip it. While Nitish Kumar stated that recovery from COVID was the reason for his absence, KCR called it a mark of protest against the present discriminating trend of the centre towards the state. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who attended the meeting, had to cut short her visit as she left the meeting after the lunch break, citing cyclonic circulation in Kolkata. A political face-off ensued over the Niti Aayog meeting as Telangana Minister KTR took to social media and hit out at the centre. KTR added that advice of the Niti Aayog meetings was often disregarded by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, and this had happened in the past. RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav held a Pratirod march against unemployment, inflation and price rise in Bihar's capital Patna. Hundreds of RJD supporters and leaders marched with Tejasvi Yadav in protest against the central government.
पूरा देश परेशान है महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार से, और जितना इन लोगों की संवैधानिक संस्थाएं हैं जो खिलौना बना रखा है, इससे सभी लोग परेशान हैं। खास तौर पे बिहार में बाढ़ और सुखाड़ से किसान परेशान हैं। तो तमाम ऐसे जन सरकार के जो मुद्दे हैं, इसको लेकर के आज हम लोग जनता के बीच आए हैं।
A massive political face-off has now erupted in Jharkhand after the government said that there were 407 schools in the state that had been declared Urdu schools and 509 schools that were giving a weekly off on Friday instead of Sunday.
देखिए, ये तुष्टिकरण करने वाली सरकार है। आप इस सरकार से और क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं? यहाँ एक IAS अधिकारी खुलेआम खुद को मुस्लिम अधिकारी बताते हैं। उर्दू को क्षेत्रीय और जनजातीय भाषा में शामिल किया जाता है, हिंदी को बाहर कर दिया जाता है, हाथ जोड़कर प्रेयर करने पर रोक लगा दिया जाता है। तो ये तो तुष्टिकरण करने वाली सरकार ही है। अब आप देखें, जब सरकार खुद से ही एडमिट कर रही है कि 500 से ज्यादा स्कूलों में जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिख दिया गया और फ्राइडे की जगह जो संडे की जगह फ्राइडे को छुट्टी दी जा रही है, जबकि हमारी अपनी सूचना है कि 1800 से भी ज्यादा ऐसे स्कूल हैं जहां ये प्रथा चल रही है।
Speaking on a plethora of issues from healthcare to education, Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal said that within 3 months of the AAP forming a government in Gujarat, the government there would provide free electricity to everyone in the state.
गुजरात में सरकार बनने के बाद हम 3 महीने के अंदर गुजरात के लोगों के बिजली मुफ्त कर देंगे, उनके भी जीरो बिजली के बिल आने लगेंगे। आज हमने आदिवासी समाज के लिए गारंटी का ऐलान किया। आदिवासी समाज को 5th शेड्यूल, पैसा दोनों कानून लागू किए जाएंगे और ट्राइबल एडवाइजरी कमेटी का चेयरमैन जो है वो ट्राइबल होगा। आदिवासी समाज के लिए गांव-गांव में अच्छे स्कूल बनाएंगे, हॉस्पिटल्स बनाएंगे, जैसे दिल्ली में बनाए, दिल्ली में हमने किया वैसे यहाँ भी करेंगे। और गुजरात के युवाओं को रोज़गार देने के लिए हमने पूरा प्लान बनाया है। 10 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां देंगे गुजरात के युवाओं को और हर बेरोज़गार युवा के लिए नौकरी का इंतजाम करेंगे। जब तक नौकरी नहीं मिलती तब तक बेरोज़गारी भत्ता देंगे।
ISRO launched its smallest commercial rocket, the Small Satellite Launch Vehicle, to put into orbit 2 satellites, offering affordable rides to space and eyeing a share in the burgeoning small satellite launch market.
Now SSLV is going to become a game changer because it's like, it's like a Lego toy. You come, we fix, we send. So we didn't, and only 500 kgs. So, lot many satellites are, they did not wait. The waiting period will be less. So I'm very sure that tomorrow 2 histories are going to be written. One, it's going to be SSLV, and the second one is Azadi Sat.
However, in a post-launch glitch on which ISRO has tweeted, and I quote, SSLV D1 placed the satellites into a 356 km by 76 km elliptical orbit instead of a 356 km circular orbit. The satellites are hence no longer usable. The issue has been reasonably identified, and failure of a logic to identify a sensor failure and go for salvage action was the reason. So this is ISRO's explanation.
The maiden flight of SSLV D1 just now completed. The SSLV's all stages performed as expected. The first stage performed and separated. The second stage performed and separated. The third stage also performed and separated.
As part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, a marathon was organized in the national capital Delhi, and enormous fervor and spirit of patriotism was on display as the youth raced through the streets. The marathon was organized by the Confederation of Indian Traders, or CATE.
हर घर तिरंगा जिस तरीके से ये मुहिम लेकर पूरा राष्ट्र आगे बढ़ रहा है, आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि इस वक्त मैं दिल्ली के कनॉट प्लेस में मौजूद हूं और यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से नेशनल फ्लैग को लेकर एक मैराथन, एक रैली की गई और यहाँ पर वो लोग मौजूद हैं जिन्होंने इस मैराथन में हिस्सा लिया। आप देख सकते हैं इनके हाथ में नेशनल फ्लैग जो है वो लहरा रहा है। और
A parliament sporting event was organized in Puducherry to promote sports as a part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations in the Union Territory of Puducherry as well. In Gujarat's Vadodara, meanwhile, students of a school formed a human chain to spell out the number 75 as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Students with great pride and spirit of patriotism joined the human chain and made a glorious sight to behold. Students and army jawans celebrated the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign at the Darhal Parhagal post in Rajouri, which is located 8,000 feet above sea level. Also in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri, women were seen crossing a river to reach their self-help group centers to make tirangas as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. In the wake of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, the sale of the tricolour is on in full swing across the country. In heartwarming visuals coming in from Ujjain, the tricolour was being sold at every post office in the city and the rural areas adjoining as well. As a part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations, a bike rally was organized in Maharashtra's Mumbai. Around 150 bikers flagged off the rally from Mumbai and were joined by several others at the Gateway of India.
ये हम लोग ने जो बाइक रैली निकाली है, ये सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस के हिसाब से रैली निकाली है। हेलमेट सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस, राइडिंग सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस, और अभी आज़ादी का 75वां जो साल है उसका अमृत महोत्सव है, तो आज़ादी के 75वें साल के महोत्सव के लिए वो जश्न मनाने के लिए हम लोग ये बाइक रैली निकाली।
As part of the 75th Independence Day celebration, the ITBP has shared a video dedicated to the national flag and all of the soldiers of the security forces as well as the civilians who have laid down their lives and continue laying down their lives in line of duty, serving the nation and keeping its citizens safe. Viewers, Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia flagged off Akasa Air's first commercial flight that will operate on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad route. Akasa Air is backed by ace investor Rakesh Jhunjhunwala and aviation veterans Aditya Ghosh and Vinay Dubey, and got its air operator certificate from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation on July the 7th. Mohsin Ahmed was arrested in a search operation conducted by the NIA in an ISIS module case from North Delhi. Reports suggest the arrested accused is an active member of the proscribed terrorist organization ISIS or the Islamic State. In a big breakthrough in the Haryana RDX case, a second suspected terrorist has now been arrested and was presented in court by the STF team. And in the latest update in regards to the case, the accused has been remanded to 9 days of custody. As the security forces intensify their crackdown on terrorism, a live grenade was recovered at the village Kallar Katal in Poonch, following which the SOG party of the police station at Surankot was rushed to the spot. No casualties have been reported, mercifully. During early morning searches in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua, a police team was attacked by some unknown terrorists with sharp-edged weapons, injuring 2 of our Jawans. Following this, the police fired 2 rounds of bullets into the air and a case was registered to nab the accused. In a shocking incident, a speeding Bolero crushed an elderly man last night at Azad Chowk in Chhindwara in MP. Reports suggest that while the elderly man died on the spot, 5 others were critically injured in the accident. A dhaba operator and employees thrashed Kanvadiyas over a purported bathing issue in Madhya Pradesh. The police have registered a case at Simrol police station and an investigation has also been launched. After resigning from the Congress party in Telangana, former Congress leader Dr. Dasoju Sravan is joining the BJP now. Tarun Chugh, the BJP leader, addressed the media and said that the BJP welcomes Dr. Dasoju Sravan and a few other senior leaders into their party fold.
शरवण जी अपने वरिष्ठ साथियों के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हुए हैं। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी में उनका स्वागत करता हूं।
In a major crackdown on terrorism, the Assam police has been busting jihadi modules with link to the Al-Qaeda affiliated terror outfits in Bangladesh for a long time now. Piyush Hazarika, the Assam minister, said that the Assam state government was strictly monitoring the security in the state.
हम लोग स्ट्रिक्टली मॉनिटरिंग कर रहा हूं। कोई लोग जो जिहादी एक्टिविटीज में इन्वॉल्व है सबको अरेस्ट किया जाएगा, सबका विरुद्ध है, सबका अगेंस्ट हम लोग करी का करी।
Mobile data services are suspended for 5 days in Manipur by the government as some anti-social elements were allegedly using social media to spread hate speech. The decision came following a report by the Superintendent of Police of Bishnupur district that a vehicle was set ablaze by 3 to 4 men yesterday. US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken arrived in Johannesburg for the next leg of his 5-nation tour. Blinken has already made stops in Cambodia, where he attended the meetings of the ASEAN leaders, and the Philippines, where he met with his Philippine counterpart and the country's newly elected president as well. Former US President Donald Trump welcomed the results of an unofficial straw poll at the Conservative Political Action Conference, which saw him receive a large percentage of the votes by those attending on whom they would prefer as the Republican nominee for the 2024 elections in America.
America's comeback begins this November.
and it will continue onward with the unstoppable momentum that we're going to develop on November 2024, because that's the big one.
Amid the severe energy crisis there, Pakistan has sought a 6-year liquefied natural gas or LNG supply contract from international trading companies by issuing a 2-part tender seeking bid prices. Pakistan is heading towards a severe energy crisis in the coming months without proper LNG supply required to generate electricity and fuel industries as well as for household consumptions also. The United States, Australia and Japan have urged China to immediately cease its military exercises and reaffirm their commitment to maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. A joint statement was issued by US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong and Japan's Foreign Minister Hayashi Yoshimasa after their in-person meeting in Phnom Penh on the margins of the 55th ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting. Nearly 80 people were injured and 17 firefighters are missing as a massive fire set off by a lightning strike at an oil storage facility raged in Matanzas city of Cuba. According to the country's Ministry of Energy and Mines, firefighters are still trying to quell the blaze at the supertanker base. Jordanian protesters gathered outside Al-Kaluti Mosque, meters away from the Israeli embassy, to protest against Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. About 200 people chanted anti-Israel slogans and held banners and placards showing support for Palestinians in Gaza. Angry protesters also chanted against the United Nations and the Arab leaders, accusing them of remaining silent about the attacks committed by the Israeli army, which have killed and injured dozens of civilians in Gaza. Rockets were fired from the Gaza Strip towards Israel as well. Earlier in the day, Israeli airstrikes flattened homes in Gaza and Palestinian rocket barrages into South Israel persisted for a second day, raising fears of another major escalation in the Middle East conflict. Gaza's health ministry has said that 24 people have been killed so far in the coastal strip, including, it says, 6 children. A divided United States Senate voted to start debating the Democrats' election year economic bill, boosting the sprawling collection of President Joe Biden's priorities on climate, energy, health, and taxes past its initial test as it starts moving through Congress. Colombian President and Vice President-elect Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez took part in a ceremony organized by representatives of indigenous organizations and supporters. The ceremony by indigenous people from Putumayo and Cauco regions was intended to swear the leaders into function symbolically, but the official ceremony will take place today, we are told. Hundreds of students and teachers from public and private universities across Peru marched in Lima against recent amendments to the standing education regulations to now allow them to be autonomous from state supervision in Colombia. Australia's Charlie Petrov and Melissa Wu took gold in the women's 10-meter synchro platform competition at the Commonwealth Games, even as Daniel Goodfellow of England helped secure a 1-2-3 in the men's 3-meter springboard final in Birmingham. Daria Kasatkina reached her 10th WTA final in San Jose at the Silicon Valley Classic after beating Paula Badosa in straight sets. The Russian broke serve 5 times to advance in 1 hour and 22 minutes. She will clash next with Shelby Rogers in today's final. Nick Kyrgios found the consistency that has long eluded him, reaching a second consecutive tournament final for the first time in his career with a victory over Mikael Ymer at the City Open. Prime Minister Narendra Modi heaped praise on India's wrestling contingent for bringing home back-to-back medals for the country at the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. PM Modi tweeted to wish Ravi Daya, Vinesh Phogat, Naveen and Pooja Gehlot for winning a heap of medals for India. After a disappointing loss in the previous semi-finals, the Indian women's hockey team takes on New Zealand today in Birmingham. This match will be for a bronze medal. After winning the gold medal in the Commonwealth Games 2022, Vinesh Phogat said that she will try to perform even better in the upcoming competitions. Vinesh won the gold medal in the women's freestyle 53 kg Nordic category. The Indian men's hockey team reached the final of the Commonwealth Games 2022 with a 3-2 win over South Africa in the semi-final match in Birmingham. The forwards bagged the goals for India and the team executed a well-tuned strategy on the field to stun the South Africans. Indian para-table tennis player Bhavina Patel won the gold medal after defeating her Nigerian opponent in the women's singles. Patel dominated the match and did not give any advantage to her opponent.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि मेरा जो मैं हर दिन ट्रेनिंग करती हूँ वो आज निखर के आई है. मुझे लगता है कि मतलब मेरी ट्रेनिंग में और इम्प्रूवमेंट आ रहा है. जैसा मेरा ड्रीम है कि 24 पैरालंपिक्स में मुझे जाना है, तो बस उसकी प्रिपरेशन कर रही हूँ और बस और अच्छा करना चाहती हूँ.
Arshdeep Singh's 3-wicket haul helped India defeat the West Indies by 59 runs at the Central Boulevard Regional Park Stadium turf ground. Arshdeep Singh bagged 3 wickets while Avesh Khan, Akshar Patel and Ravi Bishnoi all picked up 2 wickets each as the West Indies were bundled out for just 132. Arsenal have won the first Premier League match of the 2022-23 season, beating Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park Stadium in London. The game was hard fought by Crystal Palace, but they failed to convert their chances. Both the teams had 2 shots on target, but Arsenal was able to make their chances count.
Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे. बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं.
A quick look at other top international stories. A top Taiwan official who led the missile development team of the self-governed Democratic Island nation was found dead in a hotel room yesterday. This development comes about at a time of tensions between the US and China over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. As per latest reports, the cause of death was a heart attack. Sri Lanka has asked China to delay the arrival of a high-tech spy ship, Yuan Wang 5, after India allegedly expresses opposition to the recce.
A massive landslide in Uttarakhand's Champawat blocked National Highway number 9 due to landslide. The commuters travelling on the National Highway had a narrow escape when the landslide occurred. Locals and tourists were also seen rushing back as a huge part of the hill came down, bringing rocks with it, triggering massive rescue operations. As a result of the landslide, several vehicles and commuters were left stranded behind. This comes merely days after another fatal landslide was reported in the area. Furthermore, IMD has predicted heavy rainfall in the hill state for the next few days. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, a lot more news coming up on Republic. We'll bring you all the details about the Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting, which has kicked off its post-lunch session without the presence of West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. We'll tell you why she left and a whole lot more after a short break. Stay with us on Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Speaking at a ceremony to mark the 77th anniversary of the Hiroshima atomic bombing, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at the Hiroshima Peace Memorial says it is unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Crises with grave nuclear undertones are spreading fast from the Middle East to the Korean Peninsula to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is totally unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Chinese media releases footage of its military conducting training exercises north, southwest and east of the island of Taiwan. China dispatched Navy ships, warplanes and launched missiles into the Taiwan Strait in response to a visit this week by U.S. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Amid the U.S.-China crisis, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meets with Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. During his visit, Blinken calls upon China and Taiwan to manage differences peacefully. Russian state news agency shares footage of the Zaporizhia nuclear plant in Enerhodar. The video features smoke rising above the site. According to the agency, local authorities reported new shelling by the Ukraine.
Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
Hitting back at KCR's statement, Niti Aayog has now said the number of measures are already in place to closely work with states. Over 30 meetings that were held in the chief ministers of various states last year. Despite requests, KCR had not responded. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia will be flagging off Akasha's Air First commercial flight that will operate on Mumbai-Ahmedabad route. Akasha Air, which is backed by ace investor Rakesh Jhunjhunwala and aviation veterans Aditya Ghosh and Vinay Dubey, got its air operator certificate from Directorate General of Civil Aviation on July the 7th. In a shocking incident, a speeding Bolero crushed an elderly man last night at Azad Chowk in Chhindwara, and reports suggest while the elderly man died at the spot, 5 others were critically injured. In yet another shocking video making rounds on social media, a young man was stabbed and his wife was brutally thrashed by unknown miscreants over a car parking issue at Vegetable Market near Birla Nagar Bridge. Police have informed that the injured have been moved to a hospital and investigation has been launched to nab the accused. A dhaba operator employees thrashed Kanwarias over the bathing issue, and police have registered a case at the Simrol police station and investigation too has been launched. Here's some news from across the country in brief with the crop diversity.
Implementing topping the agenda, Niti Aayog meet resumes after lunch break. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee leaves meeting midway, cites cyclone situation in the state. Vadra Congress remark on rape sparks huge controversy. BJP lambasts Ashok Gehlot. NCW takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister. Bihar Minister hints at rift in NDA, says that chapter is over now. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. ISRO has identified the failure in the SSLV mission. In fact, a short while back, ISRO has released a statement which reads, and I quote, "Satellites placed are no longer usable. Issue is reasonably identified. Failure of a logic to identify a sensor failure and go for a salvage action caused the deviation. A committee would analyze and recommend. Failure of a logic to identify the failure would basically go in for salvaging the action." Joining us on this broadcast is Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, just take us through the details that you're picking up right now.
Shawan, so basically this is based on information that comes out of ISRO through a tweet where they say that the mission which placed the satellites there in space made a mistake in the sense that instead of the circular orbit of 356 kilometers that was intended, the satellites were placed in an elliptical orbit with the 356 kilometer perigee but 76 kilometer apogee. So I think that is the reason why the satellites are no longer usable, because they were supposed to be in circular motion around the Earth. The ISRO claims that they have identified the issue. The failure is because of some and or gate misidentifying the next step and leading to this elliptical orbit, and it caused a deviation. So I think according to this release, a committee would be analyzing and recommending how to amend those mistakes. Like it happens with ISRO, it's a due process, and they go into the detail into the minutiae of what led to the failure, and then they would come back with corrective measures. So a bit of a setback, particularly for those young girls from class 8 to 12 who had made that 8 kgs miniature satellite which was carrying 75 small payloads called the Azadi set. The satellite itself called the Azadi set, with about 750 girls, so essentially from rural areas, making that satellite. So I think they would be a little disheartened, but obviously ISRO would come back soon with another round of launch of SSLV. In fact, that was the bigger one, and that bit of the experiment is successful, Shawan, that a shorter version of space launch vehicle, which was something which was missing insofar as ISRO's overall launch vehicle paraphernalia is concerned. I think now they have that smaller launch vehicle. The SSLV-1 has been successful insofar as going into the space and launching satellites is concerned. That bit of issue that was there because of which this satellite could not be placed in a circular orbit has been identified, and ISRO says that immediately after the recommendations are there from the committee and corrections made, ISRO will come back soon with the SSLV D2 launch. So we can expect that that Azadi set, which was made by those young girls from rural areas from class 8 to 12, that again would be in space in some time.
Abhishek, I'll just request you to stay on. Union Minister Jitendra Singh has also reacted. Let's listen in.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Stop. Normal. P1 tracking. PT tracking.
R2 tracking.
P2 tracking.
That was a brilliant lift-off, a sight to behold.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन SSLV D1 लॉन्च व्हीकल का। SSLV D1 EOS-2 मिशन अपने गंतव्य की ओर। सभी तंत्र सुचारू रूप से काम करते हुए।
कहूँगा कि एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि ये रही है मोदी जी के शासनकाल में कि विज्ञान को विशेष प्राथमिकता दी गई, बढ़ावा दिया गया कि ये एक पुरानी बंदिशों से मुक्ति प्राप्त की गई। उसमें एक अंतरिक्ष का विभाग था जो पहले अधिकतर गोपनीयता में काम करता था। मोदी जी ने एक बड़ा ही महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लेते हुए आज से 2-3 वर्ष पहले इसको प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए खोल दिया, जिसे मीडिया ने कहा था कि मोदी हैज़ अनलॉक्ड स्पेस। उसका परिणाम यह है कि लगभग 60 नौजवान स्टार्टअप्स इस समय इसरो में अपना नाम रजिस्टर करा चुके। अभी 4 ही दिन पहले इसरो की ओर से 6 इस प्रकार के स्टार्टअप्स को कुछ आर्थिक सहयोग भी दिया गया। मुझे ये कहते हुए भी संतोष है और आपके साथ ये साझा करते हुए कि उसमें जम्मू के भी 1-2 बच्चे हैं। और मुझे लग रहा है कि जिस प्रकार स्टार्टअप्स आने वाले समय में भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का एक महत्वपूर्ण अंग बनने वाले हैं, उसके लिए भी अंतरिक्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहेगा। अंतरिक्ष को लेकर के भारत आज प्रथम श्रेणी के देशों में खड़ा हो गया। जैसे मैं अभी अपने संबोधन में कह रहा था कि नील आर्मस्ट्रांग चंद्रमा की धरती पर होकर के आए, वहाँ पर टहलकदमी भी की, लेकिन वहाँ की जल की उपस्थिति का प्रमाण हमारे चंद्रयान ने बाद में चित्र ला करके लाया।
Well, in fact, a minor setback at this point in time, but just to put this into perspective, what's really happened right now on your screens are the images of the launch that took place earlier in the day. A little bit of details that is coming in right now from ISRO is that at the end of a 7.5-hour countdown, this 34-meter long SSLV, what you saw just a short while back on our screens, it lifted off around 9:18 in the morning, and the mission completed all its stages, but it was the data loss that was reported at the terminal stage. Now, ISRO has confirmed that while the satellites had been injected, all the stages had been completed, the orbits achieved were less than expected, and that's the reason why ISRO says that this would essentially make them unstable. Also, the statement that has now been released by ISRO, which says that they are going to come back soon with SSLV D2. Getting in some more breaking news right now. Big win for India. Indian boxer Neetu Gangas has won gold in the women's minimum weight category in the CWG 2022. Remember, there has been rather a gold rush this time in the Commonwealth game in Birmingham. In fact, the latest that we are getting in right now is Indian boxer Neetu Gangas, who has won the gold. We'll try and just get in our reporters for getting us the latest right now. The details that is coming in is that this was in the 48 kilogram event is what we are being told at this stage. This is undoubtedly a big win for India as far as the gold tally is concerned, which has also now gone up. It's after PV Sindhu, Savita Punya. It's now Neetu Gangas who has got the gold for us. India's women athletes are undoubtedly doing us proud. Let me just go across to my colleague Piyush, who's joining us on the phone line. Piyush, undoubtedly a big day with another gold medal for India at the CWG. We'll try and go across to our reporters to get in more details, but just let me just take you through India's medal count right now. On your screens right now, these are the latest reactions that are coming in. In fact, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has also tweeted. Now, Neetu Gangas has won India's first medal in boxing at the Commonwealth Games when she defeated Demi Jade of England in the women's 48 kilogram final to win the gold. Neetu, who had confirmed a bronze medal, assured a silver yesterday before improving it further to finish at the top of the podium. In fact, Neetu's win brought India its second medal of the penultimate day of the Games and the 41st overall. It's if you take a look at the match, it was fairly a straightforward victory for Neetu in the final against England's Demi Jade, as she clinched a victory with unanimous decision. 21-year-old. She's landed a barrage of punches at Demi Jade and had no answers to Neetu's brilliant attack. If you've seen the match, Neetu had earlier prevailed over Canada's Priyanka Dillon as she notched a referee stops contest win in the minimum weight category. Neetu she's a two-time junior world champion in the category. She had in fact forced her opponent to abandon in her first round bout against Northern Ireland's Nicole Clyde. That's undoubtedly a big victory for India, with another gold medal for India at the CWG 2022. It's in the 48 kilogram in the final. Let's move on to the other breaking news that's coming in right now. As we get more details, we'll come back to this story in a short while from now, as India has bagged another gold for the CWG 2022. That basically brings up our gold tally at the CWG Commonwealth Games. In fact, we've also got a flurry of reactions that are basically coming in right now, with former Sports Minister Kiran Rijiju also tweeting a short while back. We're also getting in another breaking news right now. Boxer Amit Pangal has also won the 51 kilogram men's in the 51 kilogram men's category a gold medal. Apart from Indian boxer Neetu Gangas, who's also won the gold in the women's minimum weight category in the CWG 2022. That brings in two more today in the Games, two boxing golds that you are seeing right now, with Amit Pangal also getting another gold. Nikhil Sharma, a sports author, is joining us on this broadcast. Nikhil, undoubtedly a big win for India. How do you see it?
No, a fantastic performance by Amit. It's quite a day for India. Amit Pangal, of course, and Neetu as well today won the gold. And India's performance overall has been fantabulous. Lakshya Sen is playing his semi-final. PV Sindhu has made it to the final. So those are medals for sure. India would want to ensure that those are golds, but a stupendous performance by India. And I must also mention that the Indian women's hockey team, after that huge heartbreak against Australia, have managed to come back and secure the bronze medal. So all in all, a great day for India. We're climbing up the medals tally, and I hope that the gold tally, rises, because that's what takes us higher on the overall position at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham this year.
Well, Nikhil, just to put this into perspective, with regards to both the boxers, what you're seeing, undoubtedly the match was scintillating, where you saw the kind of punches that were dealt. How do you really analyze the match in itself?
No, it wasn't going to be an easy final. In the 48 to 51 kg category, which is the flyweight category, Amit was slated to be the favorite, but England's Kieran McDonald was not an easy opponent. It was quite a seesaw battle overall. But Amit came out on top, primarily because of his good, skillful anticipation, the way he moved. His counter-attacking was good. He made sure that his defenses were up to the mark against a seasoned English boxer. So he's had experience on the circuit. He's been built to do really well, Amit, and he's gone on to a big stage. As far as boxing is concerned, in the Commonwealth stage, there are a few strong opposition countries. So it's not an easy, journey for the boxers in the Commonwealth. And Amit, of course, proved himself and his mettle at the biggest stage as far as the Commonwealth countries are concerned. And to do that in front of the home crowd against an English boxer is no easy feat. So credit to him, and the way he put forth a very dominating performance in Birmingham today. And all due credit to him, and bodes well for the boxing contingent overall as well, with the way we've started our journey there.
Nikhil, I'll just request you to stay on, as Jaspal Rana is also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Rana, undoubtedly a big win for India. If you just take a look at the overall performance of our athletes in the CWG, there has been a remarkable shift, a remarkable change in the way the performances have been made. The tally also is undoubtedly very heartening. How do you look at it?
It's a very proud moment, and I already said that the players are doing really well, and it's all because of the credit goes to the government and the SAI and the federation, those who are working day and night to get the sports on. We are heading towards the sporting culture, and thankfully the Prime Minister of the country is himself get involved in every sports. So this is a good time for all the sportspersons, and when we are doing so well in the world level, so that means the Commonwealth Games and Asian Games become much easier for us to win. But still, there are a lot of events which we are still lacking behind. So I think we need to work really hard on those also. But definitely, with the way that the sportspersons are doing in Commonwealth Games is very, very impressive, and we are proud of all these players.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Rana, for putting this into perspective. On the other side, Trinamool Congress's West Bengal India shines at the CWG, a 2 gold medal for the Indian side. All this and much more on the other side.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years. with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Here's some news from across the country in brief with the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting. Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
Hitting back at KCR's statement, Niti Aayog has now said the number of measures are already in place to closely work.
Getting in some more breaking news right now, Trinamool Congress's West Bengal General Secretary and spokesperson Kunal Ghosh has been censored by the party for 14 days for commenting against sacked and West Bengal minister and suspended party leader Partho Chatterjee. This comes at a time when Kunal Ghosh has essentially been on the front foot batting for the party. It remains to be seen what exactly has the party seen wrong in the comment that has been made by Kunal Ghosh. This was over Partho Chatterjee. We'll also get you more details of what was the comment that was made by Kunal Ghosh, for which he's now been censored for 14 days. The action that has now been taken by the party. We'll try and go across to our reporters and get in more details right now. Trinamool Congress has basically censored Kunal Ghosh. Joining us on this broadcast is Kishalai from our sister channel Republic Bangla. Kishalai, just take us through the details that you're picking up. One, what was the comment that Kunal Ghosh had made, and why is it that the party had to take such a stringent action against someone who's largely been seen as a big face of the party?
Well, exactly. Kunal Ghosh previously commented about Partho Chatterjee and how he believes, his opinion is that Partho Chatterjee has been involved in conspiracy, quote unquote, that's what he said. After that comment, it was seen that how there was multiple meetings within the Trinamool Congress about Kunal Ghosh, and then he was censored for 14 days and he was barred from making any comments about political issues. Today, Kunal Ghosh in a press conference has said that I accept this decision by the party. However, I do not know that why this has been done, and he actually showed an ointment on camera, and he said that I always carry this ointment to cool down my injuries. If I'm in the party, there are several times that people comment about me and that hurts, and to reduce that hurt I use this ointment always. That's what he said in a sarcastic way. So that comment made by Kunal Ghosh is also making news in Bengal today, because Kunal Ghosh has been one of the forerunners among all the spokesperson of Trinamool Congress. He was one of the most prominent faces, and he used to speak a lot on camera about various issues from Trinamool Congress perspective. And today what he said clearly shows his discontent about the party's decision to bar him or to stop him from speaking. Back to the studio.
Just a quick question before I let you go also, Kishalai, with regards to the action that has been taken. Is it something new? Because in the past we haven't really seen Trinamool Congress taking such sort of an action against their own, and especially about the comments that have been made.
Well, yeah, Shawan, what we saw before this was Kunal Ghosh previously was arrested once from, and that time we saw that Partho Chatterjee had made similar comments about Kunal Ghosh. But such a step taken by the Trinamool Congress is one of the rare steps, because we do not see much within the party steps taken like this, where a party spokesperson is barred from speaking on camera about political issues, and that's what has happened right now. However, it was thought that to take some kind of political quote-unquote revenge from Partho Chatterjee, because he previously commented something similar about Kunal Ghosh in a previous case of Sharoda. So that's why Kunal Ghosh also commented something like this. But right now, what has been seen is that Trinamool Congress has taken his comments seriously, and right now he is barred for 14 days from speaking on camera about any political issues, and Kunal Ghosh clearly shows his discontent about the decision taken. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Kishore, for putting this into perspective and getting us this big news from West Bengal. On the other side, NCW takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
In a shocking incident, a speeding bolero crushed an elderly man last night at Azad Chowk in Chhindwara, and reports suggest while the elderly man died at the spot, 5 others were critically injured. In yet another shocking video making rounds on social media, a young man was stabbed and his wife was brutally thrashed by unknown miscreants over a car parking issue at Vegetable Market near Birla Nagar Bridge. Police have informed that the injured have been moved to a hospital and investigation has been launched to nab the accused. A dhaba operator employees thrashed Kanwarias over the bathing issue, and police have registered a case at the Simrol police station and investigation too has been launched. Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्य।
With NEP implementing topping the agenda, Niti Aayog meet has resumed. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee leaves meeting midway, cites cyclone situation in the state. Vadra Congress remark on rape sparks huge controversy. BJP lambasts Ashok Gehlot. NCW takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister.
क्या जानते हैं उस समता पार्टी के बारे में? समता पार्टी और जनता दल यूनाइटेड का निर्माण कैसे हुआ है और किन संघर्ष के रास्ते से निर्माण हुआ है, उसका कोई ज्ञान है? ABCD का ज्ञान है उनको? कोई ज्ञान नहीं, कुछ नहीं जानते। वो कभी संघर्ष के साथी नहीं रहे, वो सत्ता के साथी रहे। और जब मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी 2005 में मुख्यमंत्री बने तो उनके वो सचिव थे। 2009 के लोकसभा के चुनाव में उनकी इच्छा थी चुनाव लड़ने की लोकसभा की, मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा टिकट नहीं देंगे। 2010 में उनकी इच्छा थी, उन्होंने कहा चले जाइए, अगर इच्छा है तो राज्यसभा चले जाइए। उसका राष्ट्रीय महासचिव संगठन का दिया उन्होंने, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष खुद इस्तीफा देके उन्होंने बनाया। वो जो बार बार कहते हैं कि हम राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने नहीं है। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नीतीश कुमार जी ने उनको खुद इस्तीफा देके उनको बनाया। इस पार्टी के मालिक एक है और उसका नाम है श्री नीतीश कुमार। आज हमको उन्होंने राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष की जिम्मेवारी सौंपी है, तो हम बने नहीं हैं, हमको भी उन्होंने बनाया है। केयर टेकर है। अब केयर टेकर अगर समझने लगे कि हम ही मालिक हो गए पार्टी के, ऐसा कहीं होता है? केयर टेकर मालिक हो जाता है? लेकिन अब वो भी बोल रहे हैं कि डूबता हुआ जहाज है। हम उनको बता देना चाहते हैं आपके माध्यम से कि जनता दल यूनाइटेड डूबता हुआ जहाज नहीं, दौड़ता हुआ जहाज है और आने वाले समय में ये पता चल जाए। हाँ, एक बात जरूर है कि कुछ लोग उस जहाज में छेद करके उसमें पानी घुसाना चाह रहे हैं। नीतीश कुमार जी के हम पूरी पार्टी नीतीश कुमार जी का आभारी है कि उन्होंने ऐसे षड्यंत्र करने वाले लोगों को पहचान लिया और जहाज मरम्मत करके एकदम ठीक कर दिया। वो जहाज दौड़ेगा। लेकिन जहाज में जब पानी घुसता है तो कौन भागता है? सबसे पहले कौन भागता है? ये भागता है। तो सत्ता के साथी हैं, जो संघर्ष के साथी नहीं है। सत्ता अगर उनके हाथ से चला गया तो स्वाभाविक है उनकी बौखलाहट। तो सत्ता जाने के कारण बौखलाहट। और नीतीश कुमार जी ने षड्यंत्र को पहचान लिया। पहले भी कहे, हमने पहले भी कहा कि नीतीश कुमार जी की संख्या जो 43 पर आ गई वो जनाधार में कमी के कारण नहीं आई। नीतीश कुमार जी के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र हुआ, साजिश हुई और उस साजिश का परिणाम है 43 पर पहुंचना। और उस षड्यंत्र के प्रति अब हम सब लोग नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में सतर्क हैं। कोई षड्यंत्र यहाँ चलने वाला नहीं। एक मॉडल इस्तेमाल किया गया था 2020 के विधानसभा के चुनाव में, चिराग मॉडल, और दूसरा चिराग मॉडल तैयार किया जा रहा है। लेकिन कभी अगर होगा आगे तब बताएंगे कि षड्यंत्र कहाँ कहाँ हुआ और कैसे कैसे हुआ। लेकिन आज ऐसे लोग भी बोल रहे हैं, अरे भाई कोई भी आदमी षड्यंत्र क्यों करते हो नीतीश कुमार जी को छोटा करने के लिए? नीतीश कुमार जी ने बिहार में एक लंबी लकीर खींची है विकास की, लंबी लकीर खींची। अब अगर आप उसको पार करना चाहते हो तो उसके नीचे कोई लंबी लकीर खींचो। उस लकीर को मिटाने का क्यों प्रयास कर रहे हो? और जो षड्यंत्र नीतीश कुमार जी के खिलाफ होता है वो उसी का परिचायक है कि लकीर लोग मिटाने का प्रयास करते हैं, लेकिन लकीर मिटाने से मिटता नहीं है। नीतीश कुमार जी ने अमीट लकीर खींचा है जो किसी के मिटाने से नहीं मिटेगा। संगठन के बारे में भी कहते हैं बहुत भारी संगठन कर दिए भाई। आप लोग बहुत लोग हैं यहाँ, बहुत पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता साथी भी हैं और आप प्रेस के लोग साथी भी हैं। 1 मार्च 2020 को कल भी उन्होंने कहा कि बूथ स्तर तक हमने संगठन को पहुंचा दिया। 1 मार्च 2020 को उन्होंने बूथ अध्यक्ष और बूथ सचिव का सम्मेलन बुलाया। आप के साथी इस बात के गवाह हैं। उन्होंने कितना दावा किया था कि कितना 3 लाख 5 लाख लोग आए थे, कितना वो भी रिकॉर्ड में हम प्रेस के साथियों से कहेंगे कि जरा उसको भी रिकॉर्ड निकाल के पुराना देख लीजिए कि कितने लोग आए थे और दावा कितना का था। यही संगठन है। इस पार्टी में ये कभी नहीं चला कि जहां जाना है वहां जाने के एक दिन पहले माला भिजवा दीजिए और खुद जाके माला पहन लीजिए। ये संस्कृति इस पार्टी में कभी नहीं रही। हम लोगों ने संघर्ष किया। हम लोग माला भेजने वाले नहीं, हम लोग पोस्टर साट के, झंडा गाड़ के, झंडा लगा के, दरी बिछा के, मंच सजाने का काम किया है खुद। और उस संघर्ष से ये पार्टी बनी है जनता दल यूनाइटेड। इस पार्टी के बारे में उनको क्या मालूम? जो संघर्ष में रहेगा, जो संघर्ष देखेगा, उसको न पता रहेगा कि संघर्ष क्या होता है। ये पार्टी समर्पित कार्यकर्ताओं की पार्टी। और नीतीश कुमार जी ने
Shall we focus now to some other breaking news coming in? Trinamool Congress parliamentarian and party leader in the Lok Sabha, Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, has written to Shishir Adhikari, who is still an MP from Trinamool Congress, noting his vote cast for the vice president elections, despite having informed him to abstain from voting as decided and announced by the party. Let me go across to Kishala, who's joining us on this broadcast. Kishala, it was just mere formality as far as Shishir Adhikari's association with the Trinamool Congress is concerned. What is it that you are picking up?
Well, Shravan, this letter that we are showing, and additionally also one letter is written to Dibyendu Adhikari, who is the brother of Shubhendu Adhikari, and the same person writes the letter, Sudeep Banerjee, parliamentary party leader of Trinamool Congress, and he writes that we requested you to abstain from the vice presidential election, but you did vote, and we have noted it. Our sources are saying that they will both, Sudeep Banerjee will write a letter about both of them to the speaker and will request to remove them from their member of parliament post, because Sudeep Banerjee believes and Trinamool Congress believes that both of these MPs, Shishir Adhikari and Dibyendu Adhikari, has broken the party directions when they voted in presidential elections, because clearly the direction was that they should not have voted, and Trinamool Congress officially took the position that the party will abstain from this voting. Because they have not accepted this direction and they have broken party whip, therefore their parliamentary post should be taken away from them, and that will be written to the speaker by the Trinamool Congress. That's what our sources are picking up. Right now these two MPs have been notified by Trinamool Congress that this action that they have done by voting is not well taken by the party. Shravan.
Well, Kishara, just also staying with some more news basically now coming in with regards to removing Shishir Adhikari from the party. Has there been any decision that has been taken?
Well, we have seen since Shubhendu Adhikari was inducted into BJP, and since he was the opposition leader, he is the opposition leader right now, there has been an unofficial tension between Trinamool Congress and Shishir Adhikari, where Shishir Adhikari clearly do not attend any party programs, or he is not seen anywhere in the campaigns, and also right now he is not following any directions that is given by the Trinamool Congress. However, to remove him from the party, as of yet no decisions have been taken. Right now, Trinamool Congress is contemplating how both of these MPs should be removed from their parliamentary positions as member of parliaments, and Trinamool Congress is also contemplating, trying to contemplate that what actions more can be taken, because they have not followed the direction and party whip that was given to them. But about the question which you asked, that whether they'll be removed from the party or not, we are not picking up any information as of yet, though there are some official discussions within the party that our sources telling us. Shravan.
Well, just one quick question with regards to Shishir. What is important to point out here is that he hasn't been really attending any of the party functions, as you've been pointing out. So what really stops the Trinamool Congress from taking an action against Shishir Adhikari as well as Dibyendu?
Well, Shishir Adhikari, Dibyendu Adhikari, this Adhikari family is quite popular and very strong in the area that where they reside and the area that they control. In a way, the whole Nondigram area and the district where they stay, there's a huge popularity for this family, Adhikari family, especially Shishir Adhikari, who is a veteran leader. He has been in Congress, he has been in Trinamool Congress, and he has done various things for the party. Right now, to remove him just because his son has joined BJP, in a way, quote unquote, that Trinamool Congress is saying, that is not possible, or that is not what Trinamool Congress wants right now. Because Shishir Adhikari has taken kind of a neutral stand where he do not attend any party programs, but he also does not endorse BJP very openly. So Trinamool Congress is waiting to see what next comes from this family, especially from both of these MPs, Shishir Adhikari and Dibyendu Adhikari, and also Trinamool Congress is trying to understand what other actions apart from expelling them from the party can be taken, because they have not followed the direction that was given to them. However, right now removing them from the party is not in the cards. That's what we are understanding from the Trinamool Congress sources. However, there can be other actions that can be taken, including suspension. There is a discussion about this right now. We do not know yet what is the final outcome of that discussion within the party. However, that letter is surely going to the speaker, which will ask for removal of both of them from their parliamentary posts from Trinamool Congress. Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Kishalai, for getting us the latest details with regards to the controversy that is brewing. Certainly, the Trinamool Congress essentially finds themselves in a catch-22 situation when they are unable to perhaps remove Shishir Adhikari from the party at this point in time. As Kishalai was also pointing out, that they certainly enjoy good support on the ground, especially from the very constituencies that they are representing. And not to forget that historic win that Shubhendu Adhikari actually had from Nondigram during the last assembly elections. Stoking a fresh controversy, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has now blamed rape laws for increase in rape cases, further adding that this trend is now being reported across the country.
अभय कांड जो निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है, उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लग गई बच्चियों की.
Hitting out at Gehlot over his controversial comment, BJP has now slammed the Rajasthan Chief Minister, saying that this is not the first time Gehlot has faced the flag for his sexist and misogynist comments.
Once again, the Congress party has shown that Congress ka haath rapists ke saath. This is the Congress's Balatkari Bachao Andolan. Ashok Gehlot's statement is extremely shocking when he says that it is not the rapist, but in fact the rape laws, the stringent rape laws that were created after Nirbhaya, which took place under the watch of the UPA government, that is responsible for murders after rape. Does he mean to say, and does the Congress mean to say, that there should be less stringent laws against rapes?
Following the shocking comment by Gehlot, what followed was an even shocking defense. Congress leader Rashid Alvi has said that Gehlot is a senior leader and therefore his views need to be considered.
देखिए, अशोक गहलोत के बयान पर विचार करना चाहिए. सीनियर लीडर है, कितनी बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे. रेप की सजा मौत है और कत्ल की सजा भी मौत है. एक आदमी को आप दो मौतें नहीं दे सकते.
DCW Chairman Swati Maliwal, too, hitting out, said that Gehlot should stop defending rapists, further demanding action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister over his remarks that has now triggered a furor.
अशोक गहलोत जी को रेपिस्ट की भाषा बोलना बंद करना चाहिए.
जो निर्भया का उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश में जितनी रेप पीड़िताएं हैं उनकी सेंटिमेंट्स को हर्ट हुआ है, उनका हौसला टूटा है। हमने बहुत मेहनत करके, अनशन करके देश में ये कानून बनवाया है कि छोटे बच्चों के बलात्कारियों को हर हाल में फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। ऐसे में राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री का काम है कि वो इस कानून को कड़ी तरीके से लागू करवाएं, जिससे कि रेपिस्ट के अंदर एक डर बैठे, ना कि फालतू की बयानबाजी करें।
With crop diversification, self-sufficiency of agriculture communities and implementation of national education policy and urban governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meet, Prime Minister Modi chaired a key Niti Aayog meet today in the national capital. Massive row erupted over the Niti Aayog meet after Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR decided to skip the meet. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discriminating trend of the centre towards the states. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who attended the meet, had to cut short her visit as she left the meet midway, citing cyclonic situation in Kolkata.
सबका आ रहा है पंजाब के मुद्दे आ रहा है माइक पे पकड़ नहीं आ रहा यार, ऐसे थोड़ा ना होता है। दे दिया माइक। पानी ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਚਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਹੋਰ ਫਸਲਾਂ ਵੱਲ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਬਚਾਊ ਹੈ। ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਕਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ एमएसपी की ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਉਠਾਏ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਅਸਲੀ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕਾਨੂੰਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਅਸਰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਬਾਕੀ ਅਸਲੀ ਚੱਕਰ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਦਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫੂਡ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸਿੰਗ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫੰਡ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਪਠਾਨਕੋਟ ਦੀ ਲੀਚੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮਿੱਠੀ ਮੰਨੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕਿੰਨੂ ਸਾਡੇ ਅਬੋਹਰ ਫਾਜ਼ਿਲਕਾ ਹੁਸ਼ਿਆਰਪੁਰ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜਲੰਧਰ ਆਲੂ ਥਲੇ ਦਾ ਪਿਆਜ਼ ਸਾਡੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੀ, ਪਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸਿੰਗ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਅਗਰ ਪੂਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿਕਣ ਜਾਣ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੈਰਾਂ ਸਿਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਊਗਾ। ਸੋ 1 ਕਿਲੋ 100 ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ 4000 ਦੇ ਲਗਭਗ ਲੀਟਰ ਪਾਣੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੱਢ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਨਾਲ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਹਰਿਆਣਾ अलावा एक तमाम लोग बच्चे में जा रहे हैं। शिवराज सिंह चौहान
कोई रुका क्या?
Well, the Niti Aayog meeting has now completed. Remember, Prime Minister Modi has chaired the 7th Governing Council meeting at Niti Aayog at the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Centre in the national capital. This meeting, in fact, is the first in-person meeting of the Governing Council after July 2019. In fact, the agenda of the Niti Aayog meeting includes achieving self-sufficiency in oil seeds as well as pulses and agri-communities, the national education policy as well as crop diversification, including several others. A short while back, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has also spoken up about the issues that he's raised in the meeting. One of the highlights of the meeting was, of course, with West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee cutting it short. She had to rush back to her state. She's essentially cited the cyclone situation in the state for not being able to continue. However, having said that, there's also been a political controversy brewing with Telangana Chief Minister also refusing to attend, saying that not much is essentially achieved from the governing council, and the fact that most of the chief ministers are not given enough time. Having said that, there are several issues that were basically addressed as far as the agenda of the governing council is concerned. Joining us on this broadcast is Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, just take us through some of the details that you are picking up. The meeting has just got over, so perhaps it's going to take some time to get clarity of what are the issues that were essentially discussed, but at least some things that we know as far as the agenda is concerned, the national education policy being one.
Yes, Shawan, so NEP both at the senior and senior secondary level, then apart from that some issues of urban governance because remember states are implementing arms, and then the issue of the most important one of course during this was crop diversification and focusing on making India a little more self-reliant on when it comes to edible oil and pulses. Edible oil is almost 60-70% we are importing, and like in the case of petroleum, so in the case of edible oil, it's very important, and it burns a hole in our trade deficit, and also it impinges upon the food security aspect. So the government has set a target of doubling oil seed production and pulses production over the next few years by 2025, in fact 2025-26, and so I think the government wanted all chief ministers to come together and deliberate with Team India on making sure that this happens. But about the issue of politics, of course, KCR and Nitish Kumar sort of boycotting. The fact of the matter is that there are many projects in which center gives funds and the states don't take them. But then that's how it is. Just two chief ministers deciding that they will want to politicize this.
Thank you very much, Abhishek, for putting this into perspective. We'll be tracking the story very closely. On the other side, NCW takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister. It's raining medals for India at the CWG. Boxer Amit Pangal wins gold in the 48 to 51 kilogram weight category.
Speaking at a ceremony to mark the 77th anniversary of the Hiroshima atomic bombing, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at the Hiroshima Peace Memorial says it is unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Crises with grave nuclear undertones are spreading fast from the Middle East to the Korean Peninsula to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is totally unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Chinese media releases footage of its military conducting training exercises north, southwest and east of the island of Taiwan. China dispatched Navy ships, warplanes and launched missiles into the Taiwan Strait in response to a visit this week by U.S. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Amid the U.S.-China crisis, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meets with Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. During his visit, Blinken calls upon China and Taiwan to manage differences peacefully. Russian state news agency shares footage of the Zaporizhia nuclear plant in Enerhodar. The video.
ये जो महिला हमारे साथ ये जुड़ी हुई हैं, ये सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में जुड़ी हुई थी, ये हमें जो ये टारगेट दिया हुआ है ये झंडे बनाने का, देश के लिए जो झंडे हम बना रहे हैं ये 15 अगस्त के लिए, ये हमें टारगेट दिया हुआ है, हमें 15 अगस्त से पहले देने हैं। ये टारगेट पूरा करना है हमें। ये टारगेट हमारी महिला साथ में काम कर रही है और यह महिला हमारे साथ बहुत खुशी के साथ काम कर रही है। सर बहुत फख्र हमें महसूस हो रहा है, हमारे साथ जो महिलाएं हमारे गांव की जुड़ी हुई हैं इनको बहुत ज्यादा बहुत खुशी हो रही है, फख्र बहुत हो रहा है। बहुत फख्र वाली बात है, हमें खुशी महसूस हो रही है, हमारे दिल में बहुत ज्यादा खुशी महसूस हो रही है। सर हमारी जो 7 लड़कियां हमें सर ये पहले हमें जो बोला गया था, सर बोल रहे थे हमें, तो हमें लड़कियों को पूछा, लड़कियों बोल रही हैं क्यों नहीं हम अपने देश के लिए क्यों नहीं काम करेंगे। हमें फख्र हो रहा है, हमें क्योंकि हमें अपने देश के लिए झंडा बनाना, हमारे हाथों में जब कपड़ा आएगा हमें कितना खुश होगा।
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
Hitting back at KCR's statement, Niti Aayog has now said the number of measures are already in place to closely work with states. Over 30 meetings that were held in the chief ministers of various states last year. Despite requests, KCR had not responded. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia will be flagging off Akasha's Air First commercial flight that will operate on Mumbai-Ahmedabad route. Akasha Air, which is backed by ace investor Rakesh Jhunjhunwala and aviation veterans Aditya Ghosh and Vinay Dubey, got its air operator certificate from Directorate General of Civil Aviation on July the 7th.
Hello and welcome to the Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India in association with Republic TV. Now, all of us know how computers have revolutionized our lives in the past 3 decades. The growth has been in every sector and every part of the world. Since then, computer science has become the most desired career choice among students across the world, and Amrita School of Engineering is facilitating quality education in this discipline with various courses and brilliant faculties. Today's discussion is set to explore the interdisciplinary aspect of computer sciences. CSE, or Computer Science and Engineering, is a stream that provides exposure to both computation and engineering. The world is now run by technology, and students need to be adept at both domains to solve complex problems across multiple sectors. Now, to discuss this in detail, I have with me Dr. Gopalakrishnan. He is the Associate Professor of the Amrita School of Engineering. Ms. Harini Narasimhan, she is an Amrita alumni and a data scientist from Eagleview. Mr. Rajan Gupta, he's Research and Analytics VP at Analytica Data Lab, and Mr. Joy Mustafi, who's the founder and president of Must Research. Thank you all for joining us. All right, to go straight to Dr. Gopalakrishnan, to begin with, Dr. Gopalakrishnan, tell us what an interdisciplinary approach really is and how you think it helps students of computer sciences and engineering.
So, if we consider what an engineer is going to do in an industry, so the engineer is primarily responsible for providing technological solutions, either creating new solutions or troubleshooting the existing ones. So if you take the products that we are using currently, all the products which are based on technology, just for example, you take the mobile phone or you take the car, then we know that the car that we are using now, it is extremely different from what we had 2 or 3 decades ago. Because the current car is not just one that is made with the mechanical engineering knowledge, but it is something like computer on wheels, because it can help you do a lot of things. You can operate your systems which are there at your home right from your car, and even your vitals can be tracked using the sensors that are there in the car. So the technology is fast changing, and all the products that we are providing to the society, they require knowledge from interdisciplinary area. So no product is exclusively dependent on knowledge from a single stream, but it is dependent on various streams. And now all streams require computing, and computer science graduates, they need to be exposed to multiple domains in order to provide technology solutions into the domains in which they are going to work during their career.
Right, absolutely, Dr. Gopalakrishnan, that was very well explained. Let me go across to Ms. Narasimhan right now. Ms. Narasimhan, you are, of course, an alumni of Amrita University. Now, tell us about the challenges and the opportunities that there are for a CSC graduate in the corporate world.
So, to the best of my knowledge, major or the most important skill that's looked for in a CSE graduate is the computational and logical thinking. And to put that in practice and every day is a major challenge that we face in the beginning of the career. And also there is a broad range of skills for a CSE grad, like UI UX designing, software development, data science, machine learning, and also cloud computing. One just not need to be in Excel in any one of the skill, but also to have the knowledge developed in other skills as well, because they are interrelated. And as far as opportunities, currently the blooming skill that we are looking for in corporate is the automation and data science, which includes artificial intelligence and machine learning. And in today's corporate world, in IT, these skills are more important, which also related to cloud computing. So we need everything in place, and that's the major challenge that we are facing.
All right. Now, Mr. Gupta, as someone who's associated with research and analytics, what do you think is the scope for a student who has an expertise in computer science and engineering both?
So see, from our viewpoint, we can divide the career choices into 5 broad areas. First is the software development, which primarily refers to the web development and the mobile applications development, which can be for the front-end technologies, back-end technologies, or full-stack technologies, where people are developing the softwares and mobile applications. That's the first area. The second area is with respect to hardware developments, where chip designings and routing devices are being prepared and developed by the professionals for networking purposes, as well as for those softwares to be implemented. The third is the cloud area, the data storages, the database managements, which can be through the cloud technology, fog technology, server managements, and database administrations. The fourth, which is very important these days, is with respect to security management. So whether it's data security, information security, cyber security, or any other type of security that is required to be enhanced and implemented. And fifth and foremost field that is emerging in this area is that of data science, which uses AI, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, natural language processing. Now, all these 5 areas are in demand, and this is where computer science and engineering principles would be employed and utilized in best of the extent. Yeah.
Absolutely. So you seem to suggest that there are very broad areas where this could come into demand. Now, Mr. Mustafi, if I could come to you now, in your experience, what are the major fields in computer science that are now in demand in the industry?
I think thank you first of all. I mean, the role of computer science engineers a little bit changed now, right? So as already they have mentioned about the data science and artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are right now in the demand. For example, for any industry, be it in the manufacturing domain or healthcare or education, agriculture, right? So the application of artificial intelligence and machine learning is huge. And nowadays, since we have improved version of hardware, the cloud, and also a lot of open source data, we have open source technologies and a lot of great products by the big corporates as well. A combination of all these things in now, right, in 2022, we do have a lot of opportunities, and especially for the students, right? Like in Master Research Club also we have like student members who are working on multiple interesting projects on artificial intelligence, which are very close to the society. We are trying to implement those algorithms for the benefit of the society. We are calling it like HART. Healthcare, education, agriculture, retail, transportation, and applying AI technologies and machine learning or advanced deep learning technologies. I think like natural language processing, computer vision, to some extent robotics, speech technology, IoT, Internet of Things, and combining all these things. Now it's actually fulfilling the requirements, or the talent for computer science engineers. It's a complete set, right? And apart from the engineering side, I think one should also know very well the mathematics and statistics, right? So that's very important, because knowing the background of the algorithm, the concepts, the algorithms, right? These two subjects like statistics and mathematics, apart from the programming, are very important.
Right, absolutely. So you are saying that it's a very broad range of areas where this can actually be put into practice. Now, Dr. Gopalakrishnan, as we've been hearing, it seems that artificial intelligence is taking over traditional technology at an extremely rapid pace. Now, how is the Amrita School of Engineering preparing BTech students for this innovation?
So in Amrita, we do have an explicit program on artificial intelligence, a UG program on artificial intelligence. So it is called Computer Science and Engineering with AI. So it's called CSE AI. So in which we are actually imparting the fundamentals of computer science along with fundamentals of AI. And as it was told by one of the panelists, the major focus is on mathematics, then computing algorithms, and then computing platforms and fundamentals of computer science. And they do get exposure to different domains in the form of elective streams. We offer streams such as robotics, cybersecurity, healthcare, etc. Now, for the student who is not getting into this CSE AI, but for example, if I am getting a civil engineering, and how do I get trained in AI? The new national education policy actually gives a very good opportunity, because I can do what is known as a minor in AI. So the Amrita also provides opportunity for people who are doing BTech in civil engineering, chemical or mechanical to do minors either in AI or in data science. So we have a UG program explicitly in artificial intelligence, and then we do have minors offered in AI and data science for students belonging to other brands.
So essentially there's a various amount of combinations that are available to students of today that weren't perhaps available in the past. Well, on that note, it's a time for a very short break. Don't go anywhere. You are watching Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India in association with Republic TV. We'll be right back.
In a shocking incident, a speeding Bolero crushed an elderly man last night at Azad Chowk in Chhindwara, and reports suggest while the elderly man died at the spot, 5 others were critically injured. In yet another shocking video making rounds on social media, a young man was stabbed and his wife was brutally thrashed by unknown miscreants over a car parking issue at Vegetable Market near Birla Nagar Bridge. Police have informed that the injured have been moved to a hospital and investigation has been launched to nab the accused. A dhaba operator employees thrashed Kanwarias over the bathing issue, and the police have registered a case at the Simrol police station and investigation too has been launched. Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
ISRO today will launch its smallest commercial rocket, small satellite launch vehicle, to put in orbit 2 satellites, offering cheap rides to space and eyeing a share in the burgeoning small satellite launch market. The Azadi Sat has been designed by 750 girl students from government schools across the country to mark the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Samyukt Kisan Morcha will launch its nationwide campaign today against Centre's Agnipath scheme for military recruitment scheme, claiming that scheme is a serious setback to farming families.
Welcome back to the special series called the Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India in association with Republic TV. Mr. Mustafi, if I could come back to you now. The question that everybody seems to be asking is, can a machine be as intelligent and can a computer science engineer design a system using AI for healthcare and manufacturing as well as other sectors?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about machine learning, right? So who are the machine teachers? These are all the software engineers or computer science engineers. So we have to teach the machine, or we have to write the algorithms in a way so that the machine becomes intelligent, right? So based on certain patterns or what we are getting, like different data and information gathering from multi-dimension. Say for an example, you are mentioning about healthcare, right? So in healthcare, it's a vast domain. Inside healthcare also there are a lot of things, like whether it is neurology or nephrology, right, related to cardiac disease. So based on all these things, right, we have like definitely the data from doctors, from nurses, from patients, from family members and history. And combining all these, when we try to write some program or set of programs or algorithms to solve any particular problem, which will help the doctors, which will help the, again, mankind, right? Using those algorithms, we build those systems. So the scope of computer science engineers are huge to craft such kind of system, which is definitely an intelligent. Same goes for manufacturing, right? In manufacturing also, not only data, sometimes the industrial manufacturing sector do have opportunities for IoT and robotics as well, where the computer science, the artificial intelligence or machine learning along with some robotics and IoT will play a major role, where we have like not only the structured or unstructured data, also some semi-structured data coming from system logs and then coming together and giving the outcome which is a robotic outcome. So I mean, the scope is huge for the students, and I think in the next 5 or 10 years, this will actually rule the industry, these technologies, and I think all of us should learn like the background of it, how it came, and what are the latest technologies. And as I mentioned, right, in Mass Research also, we nurture with the students, with the professors, lot of academicians are associated with us, so we can make the world better with the latest emerging technologies.
So as you're pointing out, Mr. Mustafi, we are going to be looking at a lot of changes that take place and essentially, you know, throughout the old way. But Mr. Gupta, if I could bring you in now, with the growing need for specialists in every domain, how do you think a person with knowledge of both computer sciences and core engineering really fits into the system?
See, the core fundamentals of computer science will always be applied, and that's where we suggest a 70-30 rule, where 70% of the design principles and the core principles from the computer science fields should be strengthened by every student, every professional. And those belongs to skills like programming, critical thinking, problem solving, data structures and algorithms, design principles of software development life cycles, operating systems, networks. So these are core principles that everyone must be having with respect to data science and computer science. Then 30% we talk about the specialized skills which comes with respect to the demands from the technologies that are emerging. For example, technologies like blockchain, technologies like augmented reality, virtual reality, something like big data that's huge right now. So 30% you invest your time on the specialized skills and 70% on the core skills of computer science and core engineering skills. That is the mantra for every professional to sustain, because otherwise it would be really hard that if he deviates too much from one technology to other, he might lose sight for his career progression and he may not be able to contribute well. So 70% of the time focus on the core skills and 30% on the newer skills.
Right, so that's great advice coming in for all the students who are watching this. Now, Dr. Gopalakrishnan, how is Amrita University essentially incorporating core engineering skills in the computer science and engineering curriculum that are easy to absorb and also easy to understand?
Yeah, so as pointed out by Mr. Gupta, so we ensure that actually they learn the computer science fundamentals initially. So in the first 2 years of their curriculum, or study, they will be focusing on computer science fundamentals and mathematics and AI fundamentals. Now, the domain expertise, the core computer science concepts are given during these first 2 years along with mathematics. And now the domain, whichever domain that they would like to choose, let it be robotics, or if they want to work in cybersecurity, or if they want to go to healthcare, then they can choose electives from that particular basket. And the skills are imparted during those electives. And one of the major innovations that we have done is like the evaluation scheme of all these electives are not just pen and paper based exams, but they are actually term projects. So from the 5th semester onwards, a student will be involved in doing term projects related to each subject. That way, he will be or she will be acquiring practical skills, and they will be dealing with the real-time data that is emerging from all these different fields.
Right, absolutely. I just wanted to ask you a follow-up question to that, Dr. Gopalakrishnan. Now, what kind of placement opportunities do you actually provide to your students? Because that's the support that most students look for when they pass out of engineering college.
So, as pointed out by the fellow panelist here, so if you look at the placement opportunities, so it actually divides into the categories that was already told. So you get placements in core software side. Again, you can get placements in core hardware side. And again, you can be placed in core data science, AI, ML companies. So in fact, if you see Amrita's placement records, almost we have 99.9% of placements, like almost practically we can say that 100% of students are placed. And most of their placements are with very high CTC. And again, you have the large net companies taking them, but nowadays students do prefer that they would like to work in, even if irrespective of the brand related with the company, they would like to work in that core area. For example, if I want to work in NLP, then I may accept an offer from a startup company rather than a very established company, because the student can play a major role here, although the university offers them both the choices.
Absolutely. Now, Ms. Narasimhan, as we talk about interdisciplinary skills, what do you think can be done to make students more aware about the interdisciplinary scope of studies in computer science and engineering?
Yeah, so I think the most important thing that students need to know is that computer science is not just about coding, but it is, your thinking and your knowledge and the math and the logical thing that we actually put it in place that the machine can understand. So apart from this, I think also, people get scared about learning a new language or the syntax, get scared about the syntax. But, it's not just coding is what I think they need to understand, and which also leverage the aspects of having computer science as an interdisciplinary skill.
Right, just as an add-on, what is the kind of support that you received from Amrita, not just when you were studying there, but thereafter as well?
Right, yeah. So when we were studying, it's not just about, having the theories and then writing it in a semester exam, but we actually went through ahead of, creating projects related to artificial intelligence in different types of data, and they actually find where, you are interested in by giving you a practical exams and making you understand that making you understand your strengths and weaknesses. And even after graduation, we are still part of the community, and we are, collaborating with the mentors there and writing journal papers. And there are plenty of opportunities that they are giving us even while we are there studying, and as well as an alumni.
Well, all right, let's quickly go across to all our experts for some concluding remarks. First to you, Mr. Gupta, how do you see the future in terms of the combination of these disciplines?
Right. So technology has always helped humans to progress. There is no hidden fact in that. And I think that will be the role played by technology in future as well, and we need a lot of good professionals. And to all the budding scientists, young students, aspirants of and technology enthusiasts, I would just say that apart from getting the educational degrees, focus on developing skills for yourself and demonstrate those skills. And those skills demonstration can be in the form of projects which you upload your codes on GitHubs or any other open social media platforms for technology, or maybe in the form of research papers or technical blogs that you can collaborate. And third and most important thing, that you should go for professional certifications that gives you authoritative stamp that yes, you know this skill very well. So if you can demonstrate your skill apart from your educational degrees, that is something that will be really useful for you in getting placements and getting recognized in the industry.
Right, Mr. Mustafi, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, definitely, that's very important. So the skills has to be built apart from the regular curricula, and as I mentioned earlier as well, the focus on the research part as well, like think from an invention perspective, right? Something new, something from an innovative mindset, like thinking outside the box. Those are also very important with respect to the subject and the domain, whether it is for implementing for a corporate world or for a startup or for academia, right? So applications of computer science as well as artificial intelligence and data science all together towards the betterment of the society and the nation.
Absolutely. Dr. Gopalakrishnan, what's your final advice to all the students who are watching today?
Yeah, I would say that you should come out of the watertight compartment mentality of getting into a stream and staying there. You should understand that the problems that we are going to solve in future or currently what we are facing are interdisciplinary in nature, and you need to develop this interdisciplinary expertise, and along with the passion for the research and technology, you should also have compassion towards your fellow human beings and society. So finally, your discoveries should benefit the society.
All right, so thank you all three of you for joining us. In fact, this was Expert Opinion on Computer Sciences and Engineering and its scope in modern businesses. Ultimately, the combination of computer sciences and core engineering is beneficial for all students looking for a lucrative career in manufacturing and service industry. Thank you for joining us.
Here's some news from across the country in brief with the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting. Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
ISRO today will launch its smallest commercial rocket, small satellite launch vehicle to put in orbit 2 satellites, offering cheap rides to space and eyeing a share in the burgeoning small satellite launch market. The Azadi Sat has been designed by 750 girl students from government schools across the country to mark the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Samyukt Kisan Morcha will launch its nationwide campaign today against Centre's Agnipath scheme for military recruitment scheme, claiming that scheme is a serious setback to farming families. Ex-Union Minister RCP Singh quit JDU, venting.
There is a joke in Pakistan and they say that whenever America gives aid to Pakistan, whenever there are dollars flowing or whenever America gives any sort of help, when Saudi Arabia, when China, when the UAE gives Pakistan aid or loans, the property prices in London and Dubai go up. That is the level of corruption of Pakistan. So what has happened in the recent past is those dollars have dried up. Today as I speak to you, the Pakistani rupee is trading 250 to the US dollar. And today Pakistan is unable, absolutely, to take advantage of its geopolitical location, the geopolitical rent, as I would like to put it.
निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिली, उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लगती है बच्चियों में। रेप करने वाला देखता है कि ये तो गवाह बन जाएगी अगर मेरे खिलाफ में, तो वो रेप भी करते हैं और हत्या भी कर देता है बच्चियों को।
This kind of support being given to the rapists and slamming the rape laws is extremely disgusting. Will Priyanka Vadra ji, who says "ladki hu lad sakti hu," will she take a stand?
Top headlines at 5 p.m. Prime Minister Modi chairs Niti Aayog meet for nearly 2 hours. Several issues raised. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee leaves meeting midway, cites cyclone situation in the state. Vadra Congress remark on rape sparks huge controversy. BJP lambasts Ashok Gehlot. NCW takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister.
मंडल में शामिल होने की रुचि या शामिल होने का विचार नहीं रखती।
Bihar Minister hints at rift in NDA, says that chapter is over now. TMC censors West Bengal General Secretary and spokesperson Kunal Ghosh for 14 days for commenting against sacked West Bengal minister and suspended party leader Partha Chatterjee. It's raining medals for India at Commonwealth Games. Back-to-back victories follow.
India's Eldor's Paul wins gold in men's triple jump final. Boxer Amit Pangal wins gold in the 48-51 kg weight category as India's golden glory continues. Good evening, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. This Sunday evening, I'm Samiksha Srivastava and we are live and breaking. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast. Straight away, starting with breaking news coming in. And it's raining medals for India at the Commonwealth Games. This time it's Eldor's Paul who led India's historic 1:2 finish in men's triple jump at the Commonwealth Games as he won a rare gold medal in track and field events and was followed by fellow Kerala athlete Abdullah Abu Bakar. In fact, Paul produced his best effort of 17.03 meters in his third attempt, while Abu Bakar was not behind much as he finished 17.02 meters.
And we'll try to restrict the questions and the discussion to that meeting entirely. Let's try to wind up quite quickly so that it's already late. And first I will invite the Vice Chairman to give the opening remarks. After that, we'll throw the house open for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and let me repeat my thanks to members of the press for being here shortly before filing deadline on a Sunday evening. So, as you probably know, earlier today at Rashtrapati Bhavan, we had the 7th meeting of Niti Ayog's Governing Council. And I'm the Vice Chairman, as you know, the Honorable Prime Minister is the Chairman of Niti Ayog. The Governing Council consists of a small number of union ministers ex officio, but also the chief ministers of all states and lieutenant governors of UTs. This is the 7th meeting, but it was the first meeting in person since 2019. What was special, I would say, about this meeting, other than that, there was a new CEO, my colleague Param Iyer and myself, is that a great deal of preparation went into developing the agenda as a cooperative exercise between officials of the states and officials of the union ministries under the general leadership of the Cabinet Secretary. This led to a meeting which was hosted by Niti Ayog in Dharamshala, but in the presence of the Prime Minister, to develop a deeper agenda on 4 specific issues that the 6 months of discussion had generated. Those 4 issues were crop diversification and achieving self-sufficiency in pulses, oilseeds, and other commodities. The national education policy at 2 levels, at the school level and at the higher education level, and urban governance. So with that very specific agenda, many of those attending from the states had submitted written submissions, which they then spoke from at the meeting itself. Opening the meeting, the Prime Minister made some important points about India post-COVID, about the year ahead, and about his both pride in and expectations from the meeting. He noted that the way in which the center and the states had cooperated through COVID and the decisions that had been made by Team India, which is the way he likes to characterize the center and the states working together, had resulted in India emerging as, with great respect, that we had found our own path, and countries were looking to India based on its experience as some kind of a role model. He also noted the fact that 2023 was going to be the year of the G20 for India, but also a year when India was going to still be a member of the Security Council and take over the chairmanship of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. But that's for the near term, but his real challenge or request to those assembled was to raise their sights in this Amrit Kal to what India should aim to become in 2047, the 100th year of our independence. I think I'll stop there for now and ask CEO whether he'd like to add something more specific, and then the honourable members before we open it up to questions and answers. Pardon?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. And I can see many old friends here, so nice to be back. So like the VC said, just to add that I think there was a very good interaction where the chief ministers and lieutenant governors, presented best practices from the states on these 4 themes, but also on other matters which were important for the state. So it was a very fruitful interaction, and there was also some presentations by the education minister on the new education policy. The foreign minister spoke about the importance of G20 for the states, and we also had the commerce minister talking about the importance of exports and encouraging the states to step up their efforts. So all in all, I think it was a very fruitful meeting, and I think the VC has summarized it very well, so we'll be happy to take any comments or questions.
Sir, Prashant Sahu from Financial Express. So if you could summarize the action points on crop diversification and self-sufficiency in edible oils and pulses, and what is the feedback from the states that presented in the meeting?
I would note that was probably the most extensively discussed point of the 4 points, but let me ask my very experienced colleague Ramesh Chand if he would wish to respond.
As already mentioned, first Prime Minister expressed the importance of agriculture diversification and why we need to be self-sufficient, especially in edible oil. So he mentioned that we are importing edible oil worth 1 lakh crore of rupees. And we are meeting nearly half of our total demand of edible oil from import. Then state after state, almost every state shared their experience that how they are moving in the direction of diversification, how they are diversifying, especially those states where there is some sort of stress on natural resources, stress on water. So Punjab, Haryana, so like that the states shared their experience in terms of what kind of incentive they are giving to farmer to shift the cropping pattern. Couple of states, they came out with exact numbers that they are giving 8,000, 5,000, like that. Then right from Andhra Pradesh up to West Bengal, they told about whatever achievement they are making in increasing production of some of them in pulses, some of them in edible oils. And also states made suggestions that if they are helped in a particular way, they can go for diversification in a much faster manner. So I can't go state by state. I have written what Rajasthan said and what others said. But overall impression was that states were quite cooperative and they are already working in this direction, both for diversification and also for achieving this self-sufficiency. And both may not be synonyms, but everybody expressed that they are working in this direction.
Just a second.
Pardon?
Sir, any intervention required from the central government in this regard?
One of the two states they just mentioned about making MSP for pulses and oilseeds effective. And I have also noted that Rajasthan Chief Minister also expressed that if Rajasthan get better irrigation in 13 districts, they can spread area under mustard in a very big way, and that will also help in achieving self-sufficiency. The states also talked about, particularly Northeast, how they were expanding area under oil palm cultivation. Like Arunachal Pradesh, they have a target of 40,000. So this year they are bringing 4,000 hectare under this. Similarly, Tripura and like that. So mainly the demand which came was that MSP in case of pulses and edible oil need to be made more effective.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have a couple of questions. Number one, because what we see from the agenda that it was proposed that this pulses you want to increase up to certain number like 510 lakh ton, something like that, and also for edible oil there's about 40% increase that that is the target. So that's also much less than what we actually require. That's number one. And number 2 point, sir, you talked about diversification of crops, but the same year, this year, because of wheat and rice problem, our secretary, our ministers, they are asking states to grow more wheat and rice. That's quite, contrast to what the government policy is. So a clarity on that. And the last question, sir, you talked about cooperative federalism. I think Naveen Patnaik had raised this question. If there is a problem between center and states, Niti Aayog should be the ombudsman. Can you just, give a comment on that?
As far as pulses are concerned, if you look at data for last 5-6 years, we have made substantive progress in increasing production output of pulses. And in fact, we are exporting little bit pulses also, and we are importing some pulses. In the case of pulses, we are now deficit only in masur and to some extent in arhar. In the other kind of pulses, we are very close to self-sufficiency, and it has happened because last 5 years, there is a big increase in production of especially chickpea, chana. So in case of pulses, our import dependence is now less than 7-8%. But in case of edible oil, the import dependence is still almost 50%. So that's why independent mission on palm oil, other oil seeds, the situation in case of oil seeds is quite serious as far as dependence on import is concerned. I'm coming to that. You just asked that if that is the case, then why government, some official made statement about increasing area under wheat and rice. In the case of wheat, we had surplus of 10%. If some shock happened, you know wheat and rice are also staple crop. If there's a very serious shock, which was the terminal heat during the month of April this time, because of which there was a decline in wheat production of 6 million ton, and Government of India gave double the quantity of what was the normal kind of PDS requirement. We started Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, under which PDS was almost doubled. So that resulted in giving almost more than 60 million ton of wheat and rice in PDS.
Dr. Chand, I would say that this was, somewhat extraneous to what happened at the meeting. So maybe they could take it offline.
Okay.
Yeah. But your second question was on the role of Niti. You use the term ombudsman. That's not the term that I think is appropriate. I think, though, we have certainly tried to be something different, an intermediary and an honest broker. Both CEO and I are new. Let me ask Dr. Paul, in a sense, of how up till now Niti has attempted to be helpful. You mentioned the case of Odisha. I think you've had some experience of that.
Well, very briefly, the mandate of Niti includes cooperative federalism as well as competitive federalism, among other few mandates that are enshrined in the order that constituted the Niti Aayog. In terms of cooperative federalism, Niti has been involved in a constant and systematic engagement with the state governments. We visualize this, the state governments visualize Niti as a friend of the state in the union government system. They take part in discussions. They look upon us.
हमारे साथ मौजूद है पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री और पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष RCP सिंह। RCP जी, रिपब्लिक टीवी और रिपब्लिक भारत दोनों हमारे नेटवर्क पर बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। RCP सिंह जुड़े हमारे साथ अपने गांव मुस्तफापुर से। कल ही उन्होंने त्यागपत्र दिया है। रामचंद्र बाबू, आप पर JDU ने आरोप लगाया कि आपने जमीन खरीदा है पिछले 9 साल में 52 प्लॉट। आपका क्या इस पर कहना है?
इसको भी काटना पड़ेगा।
रामचंद्र बाबू, प्रकाश सिंह बोल रहा हूँ मैं, आपकी आवाज आ रही है? RCP जी, आपको आवाज आ रही है? प्रकाश सिंह बोल रहा हूँ पटना से।
प्रकाश जी, आपकी आवाज बिल्कुल आ रही है।
RCP जी, ये तमाम विवाद हुए और कल JDU ने एक पत्र रिलीज किया प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के मार्फत और आप पर आरोप लगाए। आपने बताया कि निराधार है, तो आप क्या हमें दर्शकों को बता सकते हैं कि वो आरोप कितने सही हैं, कितने गलत हैं?
देखिए, मैंने बताया ना कि भाई जनता दल यू का मैं पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहा, तो जनता दल यू का सदस्य भी मैं ही था, तो आरोप तो मेरे ऊपर लगेगा ना। तो भाई बताया गया कि MP बनने के बाद हमने जो है इतनी ज़मीनें खरीद ली। मैंने कल ही बताया था कि भाई 2010 में मैं MP बना हूँ। ये लोग बता देना कि एक भी प्लॉट मैंने खरीदा हो या एक भी प्लॉट जो हमारे परिवार के सदस्यों ने खरीदा हो उसमें मेरे अकाउंट से कोई पैसा गया है। तो आप बताइए भाई, हमसे कह रहे हैं और हमारे जिन पुत्रियों का नाम ले रहे हैं आप, वो लोग 2010 से इनकम टैक्स पे ही है। और जो भी उन लोगों ने, आप जानते हैं कि देश में राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी जो एक संवैधानिक अधिकार है, कहीं भी कोई ज़मीन खरीद सकता है, बेच सकता है और पैसा होता है लोग इन्वेस्टमेंट करता है। तो भाई आपको देखना सिर्फ ये पड़ेगा कि भाई जो पैसा उसका सोर्स क्या हुआ। तो भाई इन लोगों ने तो एक एक चीज़ को, चूँकि बताया ना इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल करते, वो सब दे दिया। तो भाई बताइए अब स्तर क्या हो गया है आरोप हम पर लगा रहे हैं और नाम किसका दे रहे हैं। तो देखिए, इसलिए ये तो समझिए बिलो द बेल्ट हिट करने वाली बात है। और इसीलिए आपने देखा ना भाई, मेरा टिकट काट दिया, कोई बात नहीं, पॉलिटिकल निर्णय था, घर से निकलवा दिया, कोई बात नहीं, मैं तो गांव में रह रहा था। लेकिन अब तो हद हो गई नहीं जी मर्यादा की, कि आप तो बाल बच्चों पर आ गए। तो इसलिए देखिए, ये मैंने बताया जो आरोप लगाया पूरा बेबुनियाद है। और मैं फिर कह रहा हूं कि ये बता देना कि भाई एक भी प्लॉट आरसीपी सिंह ने खरीदा हो और हमारे अकाउंट से कोई पैसा हमारे किसी बच्चियों को प्लॉट खरीदने में गया हो।
सर, तो क्या आप कोई मानहानि का मुकदमा करने जा रहे हैं, लीगल नोटिस देने जा रहे हैं? जिस तरीके से आपको डिटेन करने की कोशिश की गई, आप कह रहे हैं कि सारे
स्वाभाविक है भाई, हम तो जो इसका लीगल देखिए स्वाभाविक है कि हम उन पहलुओं पर भी विचार कर रहे हैं भाई। अगर देखिए, आप किसी की साख को, आप किसकी छवि को अगर आप बदनाम करना चाहिएगा, टार्निश करना चाहिएगा, तो भाई देखिए, अगर किसी चींटी को भी फोर्स करते हैं ना कॉर्नर तक, तो वो भी काटती है। तो भाई हम लोग तो सब तरह के ऑप्शंस देख लेंगे। लेकिन देखिए, एक बात मैं बता दूं, मैं पॉलिटिकल आदमी हूं और मैं लड़ाई पॉलिटिकल लड़ता हूं, और मैं पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई लड़ूंगा। और इन लोगों से भी मैं कहता हूं कि लड़ना है तो मैदान में चलिए, फील्ड में चलिए और वहां लड़िए जी। ये जो पीछे से जो षड्यंत्र करना, साजिशें करना, इस तरह के काम में लगे रहना, ये कोई राजनीतिक शोभा नहीं देता। लड़ना चाहिए फील्ड में पॉलिटिकल। ये क्या जाएंगे फील्ड में, 7 साल से निकले हैं लोग कहीं।
तो क्या आरसीपी जी ये माना जाए कि आप किन लोगों पर केस करने जा रहे हैं या डिफेमेशन सूट फाइल करने जा रहे हैं? कौन लोग हैं जो आपके खिलाफ षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं? जी
देखिए, हम जो कर रहे हैं अपना सब अपने एक्सपोज हो रहे हैं। और तो हम लोग बताया ना कि हम तो उस पर विचार कर रहे हैं ना, अभी तो हम लोग उसमें मन बनाया नहीं है, हम मन विचार कर। लेकिन मैंने बताया ना कि मेरा लाइन पॉलिटिकल है, मैं लड़ूंगा पॉलिटिकल, और पॉलिटिकली इनको मैं फिनिश करके रहूंगा। मैं बता देता हूं आपको,
उनको फिनिश करके रहेंगे पॉलिटिकल, नीतीश कुमार जी को।
अरे जो इस तरह की साजिश करते हैं उनको मैं पॉलिटिकली मैं फिनिश कर दूंगा। चैलेंज मैंने स्वीकार किया है जी।
तो किसको फिनिश करेंगे?
अब तो जो साजिश करता है लोग हैं, अब नाम किसी का थोड़े लेंगे,
कौन कौन है
वो सब एक्सपोज हो जाएंगे। मैंने तो पार्टी छोड़ दी है ना। अरे मैंने पार्टी छोड़ दी है, मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लेता हूं। आप सब लोग जानते हैं, लोग सबको देख रहे हैं कौन कौन लोग हैं।
तो ये बताइए कि आज ललन जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, उन्होंने सीधा आरोप लगाया आप पर कि चिराग मॉडल नहीं चलेगा। मतलब आपकी बीजेपी के साथ साठगांठ थी, आपने बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर 20 सीट पर।
अरे सुनिए, जनता दल यू में ललन मॉडल नहीं चलेगा।
And slipping into a very short break, coming up on the other side, Delhi Commission for Women takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister. Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे।
Speaking at a ceremony to mark the 77th anniversary of the Hiroshima atomic bombing, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at the Hiroshima Peace Memorial says it is unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Crises with grave nuclear undertones are spreading fast from the Middle East to the Korean Peninsula to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is totally unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Chinese media releases footage of its military conducting training exercises north, southwest and east of the island of Taiwan. China dispatched Navy ships, warplanes and launched missiles into the Taiwan Strait in response to a visit this week by U.S. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Amid the U.S.-China crisis, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meets with Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. During his visit, Blinken calls upon China and Taiwan to manage differences peacefully. Russian state news agency shares footage of the Zaporizhia nuclear plant in Enerhodar. The video features smoke rising above the site. According to the agency, local authorities reported new shelling by the Ukraine.
Here's some news from across the country in brief with the crop diversification
Speaking at a ceremony to mark the 77th anniversary of the Hiroshima atomic bombing, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at the Hiroshima Peace Memorial says it is unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Crises with grave nuclear undertones are spreading fast from the Middle East to the Korean Peninsula to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is totally unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Chinese media releases footage of its military conducting training exercises north, southwest and east of the island of Taiwan. China dispatched Navy ships, warplanes and launched missiles into the Taiwan Strait in response to a visit this week by U.S. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Amid the U.S.-China crisis, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meets with Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. During his visit, Blinken calls upon China and Taiwan to manage differences peacefully. Russian state news agency shares footage of the Zaporizhia nuclear plant in Enerhodar. The video features smoke rising above the site. According to the agency, local authorities reported new shelling by the Ukraine.
Here's some news from across the country in brief with the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting. Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
Hitting back at KCR's statement, Niti Aayog has now said the number of measures are already in place to closely work with states. Over 30 meetings that were held in the chief ministers of various states last year. Despite requests, KCR had not responded. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia will be flagging off Akasha's
Long before I joined the media, I used to work for a retail company. And I remember what the CEO of that retail company told me one day. He said, Gaurav, you know, there are 3 things that you need to watch out for in retail, and if you get these 3 things right, nothing will go wrong. I asked him what those 3 things were. And he said, in retail, it is number 1, location, number 2, location, and number 3, location. Now you would be wondering why I'm talking about retail to you. Actually not. I'm talking about Pakistan. Hi, I'm Major Gaurav and you're watching Checkmate. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has exacted a very stiff geopolitical rent from the world for the past 75 years, ever since it came into being. From the day of its creation, Pakistan was part of the SEATO and CENTO alliances, spearheaded by the United States of America. And later on, Pakistan was part of the first war on terror, which happened very recently. And before that, Pakistan was also indirectly part of the first Afghan jihad. Now, Pakistan has played both sides of the table. Pakistan, at one point in time, was supporting the American CIA in getting even with the Russians. We all know the history that America has had with Russia and Vietnam. And obviously, that was at the peak of the Cold War. What Pakistan brought to the table was very simple. The Pakistani dictator Zia-ul-Haq said to the Americans that we know how you were humiliated in Vietnam by the Russians. We know how the Russians funded, trained and equipped the Viet Cong. We will do the same thing for you. For you, we will make Afghanistan Russia's Vietnam. Afghanistan was pumped in with billions of dollars in cash and weapons, giving rise to a culture which is known as the heroin and the Kalashnikov culture in Pakistan today. Well, Pakistan got its money. And what Pakistan did was it played to the gallery. Now, why would Pakistan be important as far as Afghanistan is concerned? That is because Pakistan shares a border with Afghanistan. And that is because Afghanistan is a landlocked country. There is another country that shares a border with Afghanistan. There is another country that has a seaport. There is another country that has far better infrastructure than even Pakistan. That country also has oil. It has gas. But that country, since 1979, has been under sanctions of almost all of the Western world. Yes, I'm talking about Iran. The downfall of Iran in the diplomatic circles after 1979 was a lottery for the state of Pakistan. And Pakistan used its geopolitical location, its strategic location in the world to make money. So much so that Pakistanis forgot how to genuinely make money. They forgot how to expand the tax net. They forgot how they should improve their exports. They forgot the basics of economics because there were 2-3 things in their minds always. Number 1, we are so geopolitically and strategically important that we cannot be allowed to fail. We are the only Muslim country in the world with an atom bomb, and hence we cannot be allowed to fail. And heaven forbid, if those atom bombs were to fall, if the nuclear weapons were to fall in the hands of terrorists, it would be the world's worst nightmare. Hence, the Western world, especially America, would keep on pumping dollar after dollar. And billions of dollars would keep Pakistan afloat. Now, 3 things happened, my friends, by which this entire equation changed. And the geopolitical rent that Pakistan felt was its due has stopped coming into Pakistan. Number 1, the United States of America exited from Afghanistan. On 15th of August last year, the Americans, following an agreement that they had with Taliban, which was signed in Doha, suddenly, without much warning, decided to exit Afghanistan. Now, once the Americans left Afghanistan, there was nothing for the Americans or for much of the Western world to do there. And suddenly, Pakistan's importance came down to zero. Suddenly, the United States of America said that they wanted to focus on the Indo-Pacific, they wanted to focus on China, and more recently, ever since the Russian-Ukraine war started, their focus was towards Russia. America brushed aside Afghanistan and Pakistan. That was point number one. Point number two, nobody is willing to believe Pakistan's nuclear threats any longer. When a Pakistani minister says, "Pau pau kilo ki bomb," which is 250 grams, he's alluding to smaller nuclear devices. Nobody takes the Pakistani threat of nuclear war seriously any longer. Point number three is how Pakistan sold the idea of the China-Pakistan economic corridor to this entire world. And they said that it is here that China is going to be stationed, it is here that jobs will be created, it is here that the future of the world's prosperity will unfold. None of that happened. For the past 3 years, the China-Pakistan economic corridor is a dead duck. You know, it's on ventilator, people are trying to revive it, but there isn't much hope. There are security concerns, there is massive, massive corruption in Pakistan. And of course, Imran Khan's policy of publicly announcing what is wrong with China-Pakistan economic corridor, that particularly has not endeared him with the Chinese. Now, it looks that Imran Khan will come back to power. At least that is what the analysts are saying. Now, coming back to the point about geopolitical rent, about location. You know, Iran out of the factor since 1979. Iran's support of the Hezbollah, of the Hamas, of various terror outfits. Iran having boxed itself into a corner. Iran who regularly threatens nuclear war and annihilation of the Jewish race. Iran that says that America is the great Satan. That Iran is today on the brink of collapse. And I will tell you exactly what India is doing and how it is going to be detrimental to the interests of Pakistan. Pakistan, as I said before, depended too much on its geostrategic location, which today nobody is pretty much interested in. Now, this geopolitical location, the geostrategic location of Pakistan, gave Pakistan ideas of strategic depth. For example, Pakistan thought that it must have strategic depth inside Afghanistan. And how did it achieve that? The creation of the Taliban. One of the reasons behind the creation of Taliban, there were many, but one of the main reasons behind it were also the fact that Pakistan could claim strategic depth inside Afghanistan. They would have a friendly regime there. That friendly regime would ensure that anything which Pakistan thought was against the interest of Pakistan, especially vis-a-vis India, the Taliban would not allow that. And there were many suppositions on which Pakistan based its foreign policy of Afghanistan. That failed. That failed because ever since the Afghan Taliban have taken power in Kabul, more than 200 Pakistani soldiers have been killed by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is pretty much the other side of the coin. There is no difference between the Afghan Taliban and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. And lately, with Baluch rebels and Baluch freedom fighters joining the TTP, Pakistan is living through its worst nightmare. That part about Pakistani soil being used by India against Pakistan and the Taliban would not allow that soil to be used against any other country, specifically Pakistan, turned out to be a big lie, because India was obviously not using Afghan soil against Pakistan, because India has been gone for almost a year now. It's almost a year. In the next 10 odd days, it will be 1 year since Taliban stormed to power. And Taliban has done nothing, not even a verbal condemnation of what the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan is doing to Pakistani state and the Pakistani military. That's number one. Number two, this entire thing about Iran, India is trying to mainstream Iran. And I will tell you why. Now, this may not come out of our foreign office, but the way India has been going about in building the North-South corridor. Now, this corridor originates in Russia. It originates in Russia, comes through via Iran, and comes all the way to India's western seaboard. A couple of shipments have already reached that way. Now, this gives India access to Europe. It gives India direct access to Russia. And it allows India to go to Central Asia without touching Pakistan or Afghanistan. Which means that if India wants to actually touch Afghanistan, go inside Afghanistan, it can use the North-South corridor. If India wants to go to Central Asia, it can use the North-South corridor. In effect, what it has done is largely mainstream Iran. Now, this is a long haul. It's not going to happen overnight. If anybody thinks that Iran is going to be mainstreamed like that, that's not going to happen, but in due course, it will. There is also an estimate by people in India's Foreign Office that the Americans will be back in Afghanistan. Afghanistan was the route that Alexander the Great took. Afghanistan is the epicenter of the Great Game. Afghanistan has been central to global conflicts for the past 1,000 years. If the Americans come back to Afghanistan, let's say after 10-15 years, they should not use the Pakistan link. They should not use Ben Qasim port. They should not use the Gwadar port. They should not use any Pakistani port at all. If at all they need to go to Afghanistan, they can use the North-South corridor. India is building infrastructure at a rapid rate. We've heard about the Chawar port. We've heard about the Zardan railway line. There are other roads and connectivities that are being built by India. So this is something that is very, very important. Now coming back to location. Pakistan thought that the world will come to its rescue. If you look at the decline of the Pakistani rupee, it had started happening 1.5-2 years back. But after the Afghan Taliban stormed into Kabul, nobody in the world realized, except for a few think tanks working out of New Delhi and Washington, nobody else was talking about it. Nobody else was even saying for a moment that the Taliban coming to power in Kabul will directly impact the Pakistani rupee. Now, this is a job for crystal gazers, people who are analysts, who like to look at the world as a jigsaw puzzle and then slowly put it together. Now, what happened was, America lost interest. America left overnight. And when America left, the dollars that had been coming since the time of Seato and Centro, that had come during the first Afghan jihad, when Russia, between 1979 and 1989, when Russia was in Afghanistan, or for the past 20 years, the war on terror after 9/11, when America was in Afghanistan, those containers full of dollars which would land at Ben Qasim port in Karachi and then be transported inside to Islamabad. They say there is a joke in Pakistan, and they say that whenever America gives aid to Pakistan, whenever there are dollars flowing, or whenever America gives any sort of help, when Saudi Arabia, when China, when the UAE gives Pakistan aid or loans, the property prices in London and Dubai go up. That is the level of corruption of Pakistan. So what has happened in the recent past is those dollars have dried up. Today, as I speak to you, the Pakistani rupee is trading 250 to the US dollar. This basically does not mean that if you go with 250 rupees to the market, you will get a dollar. Because even there in the Pakistani open market, the dollar is selling at a premium of 15 to 20 rupees per dollar. The absolute flight of the dollar and the collapse of state institutions is something that has boxed Pakistan into the corner, and today Pakistan is unable, absolutely, to take advantage of its geopolitical location, the geopolitical rent, as I would like to put it. Pakistan does what China itself cannot do. What China cannot do overtly, Pakistan does covertly. So, with the China-Pakistan economic corridor having stalled, there are talks about how China and Pakistan want a third party involved in it. Geographically speaking, this could be Afghanistan. Nothing else makes sense. China has also signed MOUs worth $400 billion with Iran. Now, it is okay in the field of geopolitics for a nation to have multiple friends and partners. That is how it rolls. But China was depending upon Pakistan to guarantee security inside Afghanistan. And I want to make it easy for you to understand, so you understand what game China is playing.
Speaking at a ceremony to mark the 77th anniversary of the Hiroshima atomic bombing, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at the Hiroshima Peace Memorial says it is unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Crises with grave nuclear undertones are spreading fast from the Middle East to the Korean Peninsula to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is totally unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Chinese media releases footage of its military conducting training exercises north, southwest and east of the island of Taiwan. China dispatched Navy ships, warplanes and launched missiles into the Taiwan Strait in response to a visit this week by U.S. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Amid the U.S.-China crisis, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meets with Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. During his visit, Blinken calls upon China and Taiwan to manage differences peacefully. Russian state news agency shares footage of
The United States of America gave money to Pakistan for two reasons. Number one, because it wanted to. Those were earlier days of the romance between Pakistan and the United States of America. And number two, it gave money to Pakistan because it had to. What actually happened was when America wanted, as I mentioned earlier, when it wanted to enter Afghanistan or when it wanted a counterweight in that region, America gave money to Pakistan. Pakistan was flush with US dollars. Pakistan's entire nuclear weapons program was because America chose to look the other way. Today, America has other concerns. And its primary concern is, what if Pakistan is run over by the Taliban? What if Pakistan is run over by radical Islamists? When I talk with Pakistani strategists, when I talk with Pakistani journalists, they always say that the Pakistani army is a professional army and there is no way this can happen. There is no way that Pakistani nukes can fall into Taliban hands or the hands of radical Islamists. But that is not the point. That is not the point. The point is that the Pakistani military itself is so radicalized. There are people within the military who support Al-Qaeda. There are people within the military who support the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, the same organization that is killing Pakistani military personnel. There are people within the Pakistani military who support the Afghan Taliban. So whether the Pakistani nuclear assets fall into the Taliban hands or not is hardly the matter, is hardly a point of discussion. The point is that they are already into the hands of a highly Talibanized Pakistan army. Now, today America is afraid that Pakistani nuclear assets can be controlled by China. This fear is not misplaced. Pakistan itself, and let me tell you other things that are happening in Pakistan vis-a-vis China. You know, earlier we had this worry that there would be China to the east, and I'm talking from an Indian point of view, China to the east and Pakistan to the west. That was the initial fear. Two nuclear armed countries with which we have fought wars. Now the problem is China to the east and China to the west. Because Pakistan, for all practical purposes, behaves like a colony of China. Pakistan does what China itself cannot do. What China cannot do overtly, Pakistan does covertly. So, with the China-Pakistan economic corridor having stalled, there are talks about how China and Pakistan want a third party involved in it. Geographically speaking, this could be Afghanistan. Nothing else makes sense. China has also signed MOUs worth $400 billion with Iran. Now, it is okay in the field of geopolitics for a nation to have multiple friends and partners. That is how it rolls. But China was depending upon Pakistan to guarantee security inside Afghanistan. And I want to make it easy for you to understand, so you understand what game China is playing. Now, Pakistan obviously has nothing to sell. There are no great brands coming from Pakistan. Pakistan has no technology. Pakistan has no manufacturing base. In fact, surprisingly, Pakistan, which is 60% to 70% agrarian, is a net importer of food grain. That is how bad Pakistan's economic state is. But the fact of the matter is, this is the last push for Pakistan to sell itself geopolitically. After having mortgaged its airports, after having mortgaged its highways, its superhighways, its institutions, after selling off percentages of its government-owned companies to UAE, now this is the next big plan to raise money. What Pakistan does in this case, if this comes to fruition and this actually happens, what Pakistan does is ensure the security of China inside Afghanistan. China is never going to put military personnel, Chinese military personnel inside Afghanistan. China does not do that. China attacks with a checkbook. Now, if the China-Pakistan economic corridor has to enter Afghanistan, there has to be someone who can assure the Chinese that their workers, their engineers will be safe inside Afghanistan. Now, the Afghan Taliban cannot do that. The Afghan Taliban, as I mentioned so many times before on television and on various other programs, is that the Taliban is not a homogeneous construct. It is an affiliation of various warlords who come under this umbrella organization called the Afghan Taliban. And this is exactly what China fears. There is another Chinese fear, that the Pakistanis have not been able to assure and guarantee security for Chinese people inside Pakistan. There have been over a dozen Chinese engineers and teachers who have been killed inside Pakistan. If Pakistani army cannot guarantee security of Chinese inside Pakistan, how can the Pakistani army guarantee security of Chinese inside Afghanistan? But this is exactly something that Pakistan has promised China. So China comes possibly using the Wakhan corridor, or possibly using the current infrastructure inside Pakistan to branch off inside Afghanistan and reach Iran. This is another of China's plans. Frankly, China does not have too much of patience with Pakistan. China is losing patience very, very fast. China also feels that Pakistan has let down China. There have been talks and there have been accusations of pilfering of almost 20 to 25 billion US dollars of Chinese money by various Pakistani politicians and generals. So my friends, as I mentioned before, there was a time when America gave money to Pakistan for various projects, for various services rendered. And then America slowly and slowly started moving away from Pakistan. And there were these huge cries of, that we've been betrayed. The Pakistanis felt that they had been betrayed by the Americans. And this is exactly where China stepped in. Flush with new money and a newly found confidence in its economy, China started investing very heavily inside Pakistan. I've just mentioned the China-Pakistan economic corridor. It was not as much a commercial enterprise as it was a strategic enterprise. Commercially, the China-Pakistan economic corridor does not make sense, at least for the Pakistanis. Because even if 45 billion US dollars that the Chinese claim have been invested in Pakistan, there are no jobs to show for it. There are no industries to show for it. And today, Pakistan is seen begging for $1.5 billion of loan from the IMF. I mean, $45 billion is not small change. It is not loose change. And it would have had an impact on any country's economy. But it had zero impact on the economy of Pakistan. And China was actually thinking the opposite. China thought that something will come out of it, and nothing came out of it. So, America out, China in. Now, the next step was that most of the Pakistani generals have been trained in America. Their children study in America. They have properties in America, or the Western world for that matter. Europe, especially London, in Canada, in Toronto. In such cities, Pakistani generals have their children settled there, their wives there. They have foreign nationalities. Now, you see, no Pakistani generals' children are studying in Beijing. They don't have property in Beijing or in any Chinese city. everything is invested abroad. And the Americans have known this for a very, very long time. The American State Department is on record saying that we've been backstabbed and betrayed by the Pakistanis. This is pretty much what Hillary Clinton said when she came to Pakistan, and then the Pakistanis was saying that, you're giving us money, but you've put too many terms and conditions. They said that to Hillary Clinton, and she snapped back saying that you don't have to take the money. You can say no. And the Pakistanis didn't have any response to that. They didn't have any answer to that. Coming back to my point about how the focus shifted, America's focus shifted. Donald Trump said no to war. He said, I'm going to be the first American president to pull out American troops, whether from Iraq or from Afghanistan, and he did just that. And when Joe Biden came into the picture, he followed through somewhat with this policy. And Joe Biden said that if there is any country of interest to the United States of America, it is India. I think it is not just strategically or geopolitically. Even at an emotional level, America had had enough of Pakistan, of Pakistani doublespeak, of Pakistani betrayal. And of course, of the Pakistanis constantly asking the Americans for money. Now, here are 4 countries who give Pakistan money. There is China, there is America, still through the IMF and other agencies. Then there is Saudi Arabia, and there is the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. These are the 4 countries or nations or groups of nations on which the existence of Pakistan depends. Lately, what China and Saudi Arabia have said is that, yes, we will give you money, provided you first get a loan from IMF. Because both of them believe that the IMF will do its own due diligence, and then giving Pakistan money would be safer. The truth is that the guarantors of Pakistan's security, the guarantors of Pakistan's sovereignty and economic well-being, these 4 countries that I mentioned have had enough of Pakistan. And this is something that is pinching Pakistan. You can say that the Pakistani elite, the political parties in Pakistan, are following a scorched earth policy. And no country is willing to invest in a country that is so politically unstable. Even IMF, who, as a matter of duty, comes to the rescue of nation states that are economically unstable or going bankrupt, has pulled its hand away because it does not see Pakistan going anywhere. There is no political stability or even economic stability one can understand. The IMF usually deals with countries and nation states that are economically unstable. But there should be a modicum of political stability. With the kind of sound bites that are coming out of Pakistan, it's enough to scare everybody, including the IMF. So nobody wants to touch Pakistan as of now. So what is the future for Pakistan? Pakistan needs to recalibrate its strategies. Pakistan needs to understand that those days of getting money from America and from the rest of the world, the days of blackmailing the world, that, we will become unstable, we have nuclear weapons, those days are gone. Pakistan has not delivered on its promise. What Pakistan wants is countries around the world, financial institutions, to keep giving Pakistan money after money without any accountability. Pakistan has no hope or plan of returning those monies to the people who gave them the money in the first place. But this is what Pakistan wants, that China, Saudi Arabia, America, and when I say America, I also mean the World Bank and IMF-like institutions, and of course, the United Arab Emirates, to keep signing check after check and keep Pakistan afloat. Now, that is unlikely to happen in the future. The world has moved on to the Indo-Pacific. America has found a new partner in India, and that partner, India, is not dependent upon America. And this is exactly what America likes right now. India does not go with a begging bowl to America and other countries asking for funds. India does not threaten the world. India is a responsible nuclear weapon state. This suits America just fine. It also suits India, and it suits the rest of the world. This has led to increasing isolation of Pakistan. And the threats that have been coming out of Pakistan recently have become more and more bizarre. But in the end, like the CEO of that retail company told me, that what is important in retail is location, location, and location. This no longer holds true of Pakistan, because Pakistan's days of exacting a geopolitical rent from the rest of the world are clearly over. Thank you for watching Checkmate. I'll catch you next week. Till then, have a great weekend.
Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
Hitting back at KCR's statement, Niti Aayog
निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है, उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लग गई बच्चियों की।
Vata Congress remark on rape sparks huge controversy. BJP limbass Ashok Gehlot. NCW takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister. BJP hits out at Gehlot on the rape-related remark, seeks apology from Rajasthan Chief Minister. Nirbhaya's mother slams Ashok Gehlot's rape remark, says shocking statement coming from the Chief Minister.
मंडल में शामिल होने की रुचि या शामिल होने का विचार नहीं रखती।
Bihar Minister hints at rift in NDA, says the chapter is over now. Speaking to Republic after resigning from the JDU, RCP Singh hints at legal action against JDU. Hello, welcome. You're watching the Sunday edition of This Is Exclusive. We are starting with that shocking and an appalling statement made by the Vata Congress. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot on Friday blamed the punitive laws under Section 376 of the IPC for the rape-related murders in the country. Now, speaking to reporters in the national capital, the Congress leader said a dangerous trend of murder after rape is being witnessed after the Nirbhaya case verdict, in which the 4 convicts were awarded death sentences. Joining me live is Nirbhaya's mother, Asha Devi, who fought endlessly to ensure her daughter's rapist received death penalty. And not just that, the fact of the matter is that she has also fought for several others. What sort of a message does the Chief Minister send across by making such a callous comment? Joining us is Asha Devi. Asha Devi जी, रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सबसे पहले शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा, जब आप राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत खुद ये कहते हैं कि आखिरकार जो डेथ पेनल्टी है, डेथ पेनल्टी जब से दिया गया है निर्भया मामले के बाद, वो कहते हैं कि इससे चीज़ें और ख़राब होने लग गए। वो कहते हैं कि इससे एक ट्रेंड बन चुका है कि रेप होने के बाद मर्डर भी होते हैं, और वो कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे मामले को लेकर वो कहते हैं कि डेथ पेनल्टी के चक्कर में ये हो रहा है। आप क्या कहेंगे आशा देवी जी, जब कोई ऐसे पोजीशन पे रहकर इस तरह की टिप्पणी करते हैं तो क्या समाज को क्या मैसेज जाती है?
जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि जिस पद पे वो बैठे हैं, एक राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और ऐसा बयान दे रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये बयान उनकी मानसिकता दर्शाती है कि वो मुजरिमों को सपोर्ट कर, मुजरिमों की भाषा बोल रहे। आपको याद होना चाहिए कि जो एक निर्भया का दोषी था, वो भी जेल में बैठे हुए पूरा चैलेंज कर रहा था कि नहीं, अगर हम लोगों को फांसी होगी तो बच्चियों की हत्या होगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो उसकी भाषा बोल रहे हैं। राजस्थान में इतनी घटनाएं होती हैं, उन बच्चियों को न्याय देने के बजाय इनको लगता है कि मुजरिमों को छोड़ देना चाहिए और उनको छोड़ देने से रेप नहीं होता, बलात्कार नहीं होता। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये बयान उनका बहुत शर्मनाक है। हमें तो खासकर बहुत ठेस पहुंचा है, क्योंकि उन्होंने निर्भया का नाम लिया। मैं उनसे ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि जब निर्भया की घटना हुई, जब निर्भया को मारा गया, निर्भया के साथ बर्बरता हुई, तब कोई फांसी तो नहीं हुई थी, तब कोई सख्त कानून भी नहीं था। फिर निर्भया के साथ ऐसी बर्बरता क्यों हुई? उससे पहले इतनी बच्चियों को मारा गया, उनको क्यों मारा गया? 10 निर्भया के घटना से 10 महीने पहले एक बच्ची के साथ गैंगरेप हुआ, उसको खेत में ले जाके मार दिया गया, उसका चेहरा को गाड़ी के साइलेंसर निकाल के जला दिया गया, इसलिए कि उसकी पहचान नहीं। उस टाइम तो किसी को फांसी नहीं हुई थी, तो फिर उसको क्यों मारा गया? तो कानून खराब नहीं है, हमारे जो प्रदेश में, देश में मंत्री लोग, नेता लोग हैं, उनकी सोच खराब है, उनका मानसिकता खराब है, जो मुजरिमों की भाषा बोलते हैं, जैसे मुख्यमंत्री साहब ने बोला। तो कहीं ना कहीं बच्चियों के साथ क्या हो रहा है, बच्चियां मर रही हैं, उससे उनको कोई लेना देना नहीं है। उनको अपना वोट बैंक चाहिए। कि मैं तो कहती हूँ कि रेपिस्टों को, सारे राजस्थान के जितने रेपिस्ट हैं उनको निकाल लीजिए और अपने पार्टी में ज्वाइन करा लीजिए, आपका वोट बैंक बन जाएगा। तो मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगी कि जिस तरह से उन्होंने बयान दिया है, हमें या हमारी बच्ची इस दुनिया में नहीं
एक सवाल जो मैं करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि
अपमान किया है, तो मैं यही कहूंगी कि देश के बच्चियों से और निर्भया से माफी मांगे और अपने पद से इस्तीफा दे, क्योंकि चाहे वो किसी पार्टी के हो, चाहे और भी कोई पार्टी का नेता हो, मंत्री हो, अगर महिलाओं के इंसाफ पे ऐसा बयानबाजी देते हैं, बयान करते हैं, ऐसा बोल सोच रखते हैं, तो हम उसका समर्थन नहीं करते हैं। इसलिए हम यही कहेंगे कि वो देश के महिलाओं से माफी मांगे और अपने पद से इस्तीफा दे। अगर बच्चियों को इंसाफ नहीं दिला सकते, मुजरिमों का सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो इस पद के लायक नहीं।
आशा देवी जी, आप मानसिकता की जो बात कर रहे थे, सिर्फ अशोक गहलोत नहीं, पर पार्टी के अंदर कई दूसरे भी ऐसे लोग हैं। राशिद आलवी साहब ने खुद इस पूरे मामले को लेकर उन्होंने खुद टिप्पणी की और वो कहते हैं कि देखिए, अशोक गहलोत काफी बड़े नेता हैं, सीनियर नेता हैं और इसके ऊपर विचार विमर्श करना चाहिए। ये राशिद आलवी खुद कहते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी में कई ऐसे लोग हैं जो आज भी ये कहते हैं कि जो अशोक गहलोत कह रहे हैं उसके बारे में सोच विचार करनी चाहिए। जब पार्टी के अंदर ही ऐसी सोच है, तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इसके ऊपर?
उनकी सोच ही ऐसी है। जो भी ऐसे उनका सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या उनकी बातों पर विचार करने की सोच रहे हैं, तो उनका मकसद ही है कि फांसी हटा दो, रेप होता रहेगा। वो कहते ही हैं कि ऐसा तो घटनाएं होती रहती है, राजस्थान तो पुरुष प्रधान है, वहां तो होता रहता है। तो लेकिन हर राज्य तो पुरुष प्रधान नहीं है, हर राज्य का तो मंत्री ऐसे नहीं सोच सकता, जनता नहीं ऐसा सोच सकती। जिसके साथ ऐसा हो रहा है, बच्चियां ऐसा नहीं सोच सकती कि उन लोगों का मकसद है फांसी हटा दो। तो मैं क्या कहती हूँ कि मुजरिमों को छोड़ देने से क्या रेप बलात्कार नहीं होगा? तो वो उनको रेप बलात्कार हो, बच्चियां सुरक्षित हो ना हो, उससे कोई वो नहीं है। लेकिन मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि जो भी इन्होंने बयान दिया है वो बयान अपना वापस ले, क्योंकि महिलाओं के लिए ये बहुत दुर्भाग्य है, खासकर उस परिवार के लिए जिस परिवार में ऐसा हुआ है। जो बच्चियां संघर्ष कर रही हैं, जो महिलाएं संघर्ष कर रही हैं, उन बच्चियों पर इस बयान का क्या असर पड़ेगा? जो मुजरिमों को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं या क्या कर रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं समझ आता। कह रहे हैं ये लोग कि नहीं वो समझदार नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं। हम तो कह रहे हैं कि ऐसे सोच का क्या बड़ा होना या क्या मंत्री होना जिसका मानसिकता ऐसी है कि वो बलात्कारियों का सपोर्ट करे। आपको याद होना चाहिए कि एक मुजरिम जेल में था, वो यही बात बोला था कि अगर हम लोगों के साथ फांसी होगी तो बच्चियों को मार दिया जाएगा। आज उसी की भाषा बोल रहे हैं। तो हमें तो लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं इन लोगों को ये पछतावा है कि निर्भया को, मुजरिमों को कैसे फांसी हो गई, उसको इंसाफ कैसे मिला। मैं तो मौजूदा सरकार को धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ कि उनको सजा मिली, हमारे बेटी को इंसाफ मिला। नहीं तो लाखों लोग, हजारों लोग ऐसे संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। हम संघर्ष करते हैं, सारी बच्चियां संघर्ष कर रही है कि एक कानून ऐसा बन जाए, एक कानून सख्त हो कि हमारी बच्चियां सुरक्षित हो, और उन्होंने पूरा कानून को ही खराब कर दिया।
आशा देवी जी, आप संघर्ष की जो बात कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि कई सालों से आपने संघर्ष किया है, आपने खुद अपनी आंखों के सामने आपने देखा कि किस तरह से ये लड़ाई आपके लिए बहुत ज्यादा कठिन था, और सिर्फ आपके लिए नहीं, कई आपके साथ जुड़े जितने लोग थे उनके लिए भी ये कहीं ना कहीं ये पूरी संघर्ष काफी कठिन हो चुका था। जब आप देखते हैं कि नेता लोग पार्टी के अलावा, मैं पार्टी की सिर्फ बात नहीं कर रहा, कि नेता लोग जब ये बातें कहते हैं पॉलिटिक्स के लिए, आखिरकार आप लोगों के लिए, जो लोग इस पूरे संघर्ष में जुड़े हैं, जो लोग लड़ रहे हैं, हर दिन लड़ते हैं, उनके ऊपर क्या बीतती होगी? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं जब ऐसे बड़े नेता टिप्पणी करके निकल जाते हैं और वो सोचते नहीं कि इसका असर क्या पड़ सकता है, आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि आज कहते हैं कि नहीं, समाज की सोच बदलनी चाहिए, तो मैं कहती हूँ कि समाज का सोच नहीं बदलना चाहिए। जो सिस्टम में बैठा है, जो पद पे बैठा है, चाहे मंत्री हो, नेता हो, या कोई कमिश्नर हो, कोई अफसर हो, जब तक उनकी सोच नहीं बदलेगी, जब तक उनकी धारणा नहीं बदलेगी, तब तक हमारे देश में बच्चियां सुरक्षित नहीं होंगी। आज जो इन्होंने ऐसा बयान दिया है, जितने मुजरिम होंगे, जितने रेपिस्ट होंगे, चाहे जेल में होंगे चाहे बाहर होंगे, उनका हौसला बढ़ा होगा। आप सुनिएगा, कहीं ना कहीं जरूर एक बच्ची को मारेंगे, जरूर एक घटना सामने आएगी, क्योंकि इन्होंने तो अपना जनता को खुश करने के लिए बयान दे दिया कि नहीं फांसी होगी तो बच्चियों को मारा जाएगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरे को तो यही महसूस हुआ कि इन्होंने रेपिस्ट का भाषा बोली है। मैं इसका समर्थन नहीं करती हूँ, इसलिए मैं यही कहूंगी कि इनको उस पद पे बैठने के लायक नहीं है ये, और देश के बच्चियों से माफी मांगे।
एक आखिरी सवाल ये करना चाहूंगा आशा देवी जी, कि जब आप कहते हैं कि माफी मांगना चाहिए, अशोक गहलोत को माफी मांगना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है ये काफी है? क्योंकि आखिरकार जब आप ऐसे बिना सोचे ऐसे स्टेटमेंट्स देते हैं, तो आखिरकार इसे कई गुना इसके इम्पैक्ट रहता है। और जैसे कि आप कह रहे थे कि एक कहीं ना कहीं जो गुनहगार है उनको एक तरह से वो स्ट्रेंथ मिल जाता है कि इसको ऐसे ही वो काम करे, और उन्हें कोई डर नहीं रहेगा इस पूरे चीज को लेकर।
माफी मांगना है या वापस लेना, इससे कुछ नहीं होता। जो ठेस पहुंचती है, जो मानसिकता है वो सामने आ जाती है, तो उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। ये तो एक कहने की बात है कि ना ही वो हमारे कहने से वो इस्तीफा देंगे, ना ही वो माफी मांगेंगे, एक कहने की बात है। लेकिन जो इन्होंने कहा, बयान दिया है, ये तो एक लिख गया। लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि जिस राज्य के मंत्री हैं उस राज्य में हमको पता है, क्योंकि हम इस पे काम करते हैं, तो इसलिए हमें पता है कितने फोन आते हैं। उन बच्चियों को ये क्या जवाब देंगे? अपने देश के प्रदेश के में मंत्री हैं, उस प्रदेश की महिलाओं को ये क्या जवाब देंगे कि हम तुम्हारे रेपिस्टों को फांसी नहीं देंगे, उनको छोड़ देंगे, इसलिए आगे से तुम्हारे साथ बलात्कार नहीं होगा। तो मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि इस सोच को बदलनी चाहिए। इस उम्र में है, इतने बड़े पद पे हैं, जो भी इनके समर्थन कर रहे हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि बहुत बुद्धिमान नेता हैं। हम तो कहते हैं कि ऐसा नेता किस काम का जो महिलाओं को सुरक्षित नहीं रख सकता, वो तो अलग की बात है। उसके प्रति एक अच्छा शब्द नहीं बोल सकता, वो भी ऐसे मुद्दे पे, क्राइम पे, रेप पे, बलात्कार पे एक शब्द ठीक नहीं बोल सकता, तो ऐसे बोलने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है।
आशा देवी जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा आपसे, क्योंकि आप इस पूरे विषय को लेकर आपने काफी संघर्ष किया, आज भी करती आ रही हैं। जब आप ऐसे नेताओं को देखते हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि ऐसे नेता हमारे देश में कई सारे हैं? क्योंकि आप कई लोगों से बातचीत करते हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि निर्भया के बाद भी कहीं ना कहीं वो मानसिकता हमारे देश में बदला नहीं है?
जी, नहीं बदली है। कोई ये एक पहली घटना नहीं है, पहला बयान नहीं है। बहुत लोग बोल देते हैं, कई लोग बोल देते हैं, इन्होंने कई बार बोला है, ये पहला घटना नहीं है, और ना ही एक पार्टी का है। ऐसे मानसिकता हर जगह है। मैं कोई भी हो, मैं किसी पार्टी को सपोर्ट नहीं करती हूँ। मेरा मानना यही है कि जो बच्चियों के खिलाफ, जो क्राइम के खिलाफ गलत बोलता है, उसका मैं समर्थन नहीं करती हूँ। आज भी मैं यही कहूंगी, ये कह रहे हैं, अभी एक डिबेट में बैठी थी तो यहाँ हो रहा है कि विचार होना चाहिए। तो क्या विचार होना चाहिए कि फांसी हटा दो, उनको माफ कर दो तो रेप बंद हो जाएगा। उनका मानना है कि रेप रोकने के लिए ये विचार करने की बात है। अब मैं कह रही हूँ कि रेप अगर रोकना है तो जो भी कानून है उसको लागू करिए, फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में लाइए और एक समय निर्धारित करिए और उनको फांसी की सजा दीजिए, फिर देखिए कि कैसे रेप रोकता है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आशा देवी जी, रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। You've had Asha Devi's mother essentially once again raising what many others would be saying, that today with a comment that has been made by the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, it only goes to embolden those very criminals. She's also saying that an apology is not really enough. On the other side, Bihar Minister hints at rift in the NDA, says the chapter is over now. Speaking to Republic after the JDU briefing, RCP Singh hints at a legal action against JDU.
In a shocking incident, a speeding bolero crushed an elderly man last night at Azad Chowk in Chhindwara, and reports suggest while the elderly man died at the spot, 5 others were critically injured. In yet another shocking video making rounds on social media, a young man was stabbed and his wife was brutally thrashed by unknown miscreants over a car parking issue at Vegetable Market near Birla Nagar Bridge. Police have informed that the injured have been moved to a hospital and investigation has been launched to nab the accused. A dhaba operator employees thrashed Kanwarias over the bathing issue, and police have registered a case at Simrol police station and investigation too has been launched. Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
ISRO today will launch its smallest commercial rocket, small satellite launch vehicle, to put in orbit 2 satellites, offering cheap rides to space and eyeing a share in the burgeoning small satellite launch market. The Azadi Sat has been
After JDU held a scathing press conference hitting out at former Union Minister and party member RCP Singh, he spoke exclusively to Republic. The leader who recently quit the JDU was on the aggressive when he spoke to my colleague Prakash. Once considered a loyalist of Nitish Kumar, he is expected to take the JDU to court for levelling corruption charges against him. Listen.
बाबू, आपने कहा कि ललन मॉडल नहीं चलेगा जेडीयू में, ये क्या मॉडल है?
देखिए, मैंने इसलिए कहा कि श्रीमान जी जिनका आप नाम ले रहे हैं, 1.25 साल तक वो अध्यक्ष अभी चल रहे हैं। जिस पार्टी में मैं था, मेरे समय में 33 प्रकोष्ठ था। सभी जिला कमेटी, प्रखंड कमेटी, पंचायत कमेटी, बूथ कमेटी, मेन पार्टी से लेकर के प्रकोष्ठों का काम कर रहा था। हमारे जितने साथी उस समय सब काम कर रहे थे। 1.25 साल में क्या किया जी? सबको घर में बैठा दिया और ये चिन्हित कर रहे हैं कि कौन आरसीपी सिंह का सपोर्टर है, उनकी मीटिंग में मत जाओ। तो इस मॉडल से पार्टी बढ़ती है, पार्टी को बढ़ाना पड़ता है। हम 33 प्रकोष्ठ किए थे, ले जाते 53 पर, 12 पर ला दिए। तो ये लोग कभी जमीन पर जाते हैं? मेरी सोच क्या रही है हमेशा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की, कि जमीन पर आप मजबूत रहिए। सबसे मजबूत आपका बूथ होना चाहिए। बूथ अगर मजबूत है तो कमजोर भी राष्ट्रीय कमेटी काम चल जाएगा। लेकिन बड़ी शानदार राष्ट्रीय कमेटी, बड़ी शानदार राज्य की कमेटी, जिला की कमेटी, अगर पंचायत और बूथ पर आदमी नहीं तो हवा हो जाइएगा। आपने देखा ना क्या हुआ जी सीपीएम का बंगाल में? पहले उसकी सरकार थी, 1 एमएलए, बीएसपी का क्या हुआ? सरकार थी, 2 संगठन खत्म हो गया, क्योंकि सब लोग घूमने लगे, सब गणेश परिक्रमा में लग गए। तो इस पार्टी की हमने जब भी संगठन में काम किया, हम क्षेत्र में जाते थे, गांव में जाते थे, ब्लॉक में जाते थे, वहां कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मीटिंग करते थे और हम ये ध्यान देते थे कि कैसे हमारा बूथ का कार्यकर्ता मजबूत हो। इन लोगों ने क्या किया? सब मीटिंग पटना में दिन भर काट छाट, जितना लोग था सबको, अरे सब तो सब लोग तो इसी पार्टी के न रहे हैं जी। तो ये आरसीपी सिंह के हैं तो फलना के, इनका नाम कौन राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने प्रस्तावित किया था? मैं नहीं किया था ना। जो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष उसको किसका नाम प्रस्तावित किया था? तो देखिए, इस चलते मैंने बताया मेरी तो पार्टी रही नहीं वो, लेकिन मुझे तो तकलीफ हुई ना कि जिस पार्टी के लिए हम लोग ने इतना पूरा 2010 से इतना हमने समय दिया।
मेरा सवाल ये है कि ललन जी अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कह रहे थे कि बताइए कितना बेबुनियाद बात करते हैं रामचंद्र बाबू, जिनको नीतीश कुमार ने इतना बढ़ाया, कह रहे हैं कि कुछ काम नहीं किया, बैठे रहते हैं, भूजा खाते हैं, गप करते हैं। ये क्या है? गप करने और भूजा खाने वाली स्टोरी क्या है रामचंद्र बाबू?
एकदम सही बात है, सही बात है। फिर मैं रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, सही बात है, रिपीट मैं कर रहा हूँ। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का कार्यकाल पूरे बिहार की जनता से पूछे, 2005 से 2010 का क्या शानदार काम था, क्योंकि वो काम करते रहते थे। अब क्या हाल है, जो मैं पहले भी बता चुका हूँ, सब लोग घेरे रहते हैं, शाम में समय होता है, भूंजा खाते। सही बात है, कोई डिनाई तो करे इसको। तो देखिए, आपको बिहार की जनता ने मौका किस बात के लिए दिया? बार बार भाई इस बात के लिए दिया ना कि बिहार हर एक क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़े। और आप लोग मांग करते हो विशेष राज्य का दर्जा का। जब हम लोग विशेष राज्य का दर्जा चलाए थे, इस श्रीमान जी कहीं और टहल रहे थे। क्या हुआ था उस समय? बिहार जो था, बिहार के नीचे उड़ीसा था, और अभी जान रहे हैं ना आप, उड़ीसा 9 पायदान ऊपर चला गया, बिहार नीचे चला गया। तो देखिए, ये कहीं ना कहीं तो जो जनता हमसे अपेक्षा करती है। और देखिए, इसके लिए जरूरी होता है कि रेगुलर उसका जो है अनुश्रवण होते रहना चाहिए, मीटिंग होना। आप जितने अनुश्रवण कमेटियां हैं जी, पूरा का पूरा कार्यक्रम कार्यान्वयन समिति है जिसमें हमारे कार्यकर्ता साथी लगते थे। कहीं पर बना, शुरू में जब मैं था उसी बना, वहां बना ही नहीं, कोई देखने वाला नहीं है। सिर्फ पटना में बैठ करके 4 आदमी बैठ जाइएगा बड़ा अच्छा चल रहा है, उससे नहीं होता है। आपकी जो एक धाक थी, आपकी जो पहचान थी, आपका जो इकबाल था, वो कहीं अब दिखता उगता नहीं है। 2005 से 2010 के बीच में किसी की औकात थी गोली चलाने की, और आज क्या हालत है।
Prime Minister Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting for nearly 2 hours. State-center cooperation across topics discussed. It's raining medals for India at the CWG 2022. Back-to-back victories follow.
Here's some news from across the country in brief with the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting. Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
ISRO today will launch its smallest commercial rocket, small satellite launch vehicle to put in orbit 2 satellites, offering cheap rides to space and eyeing a share in the burgeoning small satellite launch market. The Azadi Sat has been designed by 750 girl students from government schools across.
निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिली, उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लगती बच्चियों में। रेप करने वाला देखता है कि ये तो गवाह बन जाएगी अगर मेरे खिलाफ में, तो वो रेप भी करते हैं और हत्या भी कर देते हैं बच्चियों में।
This kind of support being given to the rapists and slamming the rape laws is extremely disgusting. Will Priyanka Vadra ji, who says "ladki hu lad sakti hu," will she take a stand?
Road has been blocked by the Congress workers. The high voltage drama.
Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan.
Top headlines at 6:30. Vadra Congress remark on rape sparks huge controversy. BJP lambasts Ashok Gehlot. Nirbhaya's mother demands Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's resignation over his controversial remarks. Delhi Commission for Women takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister.
JDU इस मंत्रिमंडल में शामिल होने की रुचि या शामिल होने का विचार नहीं रखती।
Bihar minister hints at rift in NDA, says that chapter is over now.
लड़ाई लड़ूंगा और इन लोगों से भी मैं कहता हूँ कि लड़ना है तो मैदान में।
Former Union Minister RCP Singh speaks to Republic, responds to JDU's allegations, says will finish them politically. Prime Minister Modi chairs Niti Aayog meet for nearly 2 hours. State-centre cooperation across topics discussed. It's raining medals for India at Commonwealth Games. Back-to-back victories follow. India's Eldors Paul wins gold in men's triple jump final. Boxer Amit Pangal wins gold in the 48-51 kg weight category as India's golden glory continues. And straight away starting with breaking news coming in, this one from Uttarakhand, where we are told in Dehradun's Mussoorie, a mishap that happened in which a state roadways bus with 39 passengers on board fell into a gorge near the ITBP gate on the Mussoorie-Dehradun road. In fact, those are the dramatic visuals also coming in of the bus tragedy that's been reported in Mussoorie. Precisely, it's the Mussoorie-Dehradun road where the tragedy occurred. In fact, 8 passengers, we are told, have been seriously injured in this accident that happened in the Mussoorie-Dehradun road. In fact, the Mussoorie Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force and Mussoorie Police, also 108 ambulance and fire services have reached the spot as we speak and conducted rescue operations. And those are the visuals in which you can see the bus that has fallen into a deep gorge and the people who are present there, as we are told, as all the passengers who were on board in the bus fell into the gorge. We are told 8 passengers are seriously injured. They've been taken to the hospital for further treatment. Whereas, in fact, 39 passengers, beg your pardon, were on board in this particular bus, which fell into a gorge in the Dehradun-Mussoorie highway. Well, we'll go across to Ratan as well. This incident coming to light from Uttarakhand, where at the Mussoorie-Dehradun road, the bus that it's a state roadways bus, in fact, which fell into a gorge. We have Ratan also joining us. Ratan, if you could give us the information you are picking up. We understand 8 passengers are seriously injured.
बहुत बड़ा हादसा होने से आज बच गया। अपने दर्शकों को हम बता दें कि मसूरी आईजीपी गेट के पास जो रोडवेज की बस थी वो अनियंत्रित होकर एक सड़क से दूसरी सड़क पर जा गिरी, जिसमें 39 यात्रियों से भरे हुए थे और 21 लोग इसमें अभी तक घायल हैं। एक की जो हालत है वो काफी चिंताजनक बताई जा रही है। इस बस में 8 यात्री जो है वो गंभीर रूप से यहाँ पर घायल हो गए हैं। वहीं मसूरी जो भारतीय तिब्बत सीमा पुलिस बल है और मसूरी पुलिस बल है 108 और एम्बुलेंस फायर सर्विस मौके पर उस वक्त दौरान पहुंची थी दोपहर में, जिन्होंने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया, जिसमें से 10 घायलों को मसूरी भारतीय तिब्बत सीमा पुलिस के अस्पताल में भेजा गया है। वहीं जो उत्तराखंड के एसएसपी हैं और उत्तराखंड जो देहरादून की जिलाधिकारी हैं वो वहां पर मौके पर पहुंचे थे और उन्होंने पूरी घटना का जायजा लिया। जो अब तक बात निकल कर आ रही है वो यही छनकर निकल कर आ रही है कि जो बस थे, बस के ब्रेक फेल हो गए थे और इस वजह से ये हादसा हो गया और ड्राइवर ने पहले जो बस को उसको पहाड़ी पर टकराया और उसके बाद वो एक सड़क से नीचे उतर के दूसरी सड़क पर जा गिरी। कुल मिलाकर हम कह सकते हैं कि एक बड़ा दर्दनाक हादसा हो सकता था जो होने से टल गया।
ठीक है, thank you so much, Ratan, for those details. So, Ratan there getting us details of this tragedy that happened at the Mussoorie-Dehradun road, in which a state roadways bus, we are told, fell into a deep gorge, as a result of which 8 passengers are seriously injured. And moving on, in more news coming from Uttarakhand, where a massive landslide occurred in Uttarakhand's Champawat district. The landslide, whose video, in fact, the video of this landslide also went viral on social media. In this particular incident that's been reported from Champawat, the landslide happened near the Amroli National Highway. Take a look.
A massive landslide in Uttarakhand's Champawat blocked National Highway number 9 due to landslide. The commuters travelling on the National Highway had a narrow escape when the landslide occurred. Locals and tourists were also seen rushing back as a huge part of the hill came down, bringing rocks with it, triggering massive rescue operations. As a result of the landslide, several vehicles and commuters were left stranded behind. This comes merely days after another fatal landslide was reported in the area. Furthermore, IMD has predicted heavy rainfall in the hill state for the next few days. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now on to more news then. After a controversial remark that was made by Ashok Gehlot on rape, he has now issued a so-called clarification saying that he only spoke the reality up front. So remember a face-off also that erupted between the BJP and the Congress over the controversial remark that was made by Ashok Gehlot. Now he's taken a U-turn, clarifying his statement that he has made earlier with regard to the law pertaining to the rape acts in the country. In fact, let's listen in as well to what Ashok Gehlot had to say and the face-off that ensued.
और बच्चों में जब से कर दिया है कि भाई उसको फांसी सजा मिलेगी। अभय कांड जो निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया है कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है। उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई बच्चों की।
The Congress party has shown that कांग्रेस का हाथ रेपिस्ट के साथ। This is the Congress's बलात्कारी बचाओ आंदोलन. Will Priyanka Vadra ji, who says लड़की हूँ लड़ सकती हूँ, today will she take a stand? Does the Congress party advocate weaker laws, less stringent laws against rapists?
So there you heard, those were the controversial remarks that were made by Ashok Gehlot, the Rajasthan Chief Minister, with respect to the laws pertaining to rape in the country, saying that due to the law on the hanging of culprits after the Nirbhaya case, the incident of murder after rape have increased. In fact, those were shocking remarks that were made by Ashok Gehlot, and BJP there questioning the remarks that were made by Ashok Gehlot, saying that this is a dangerous trend being seen in the country. In fact, this is what Ashok Gehlot said, and BJP there hitting out at Gehlot, demanding an apology and asking him to take back his remarks that he had made pertaining to the rape laws. So Gehlot there, who stated that due to the law on the hanging of culprits after the Nirbhaya case, the incidents of murder after rape have increased. And BJP there also hitting out following that after the massive backlash that Ashok Gehlot is facing because of his remarks. He's now said that those comments are in fact, those commenting are conspiring against him. That's the clarification that Ashok Gehlot has given with respect to his remarks that he had made earlier, saying that I only brought reality to the forefront. So Gehlot essentially sticking by his earlier statement, saying that he's only highlighted the reality that exists. Now this is with regard to the shocking remarks that he had made earlier. Let's listen in to what Ashok Gehlot in his latest statement had to say with respect to rape laws.
देखिए, अशोक गहलोत के बयान पर विचार करना चाहिए। सीनियर लीडर है, कितनी बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे। रेप की सजा मौत है और कत्ल की सजा भी मौत है। एक आदमी को आप दो मौतें नहीं दे सकते। जो आदमी रेप कर रहा है वो ये सोचता है कि अगर हत्या कर दी गई तो शायद उसकी जान बच जाएगी, चूंकि सजा तो एक ही मिलेगी। यही मकसद है अशोक गहलोत का। आज जरूरत इस बात की है, प्रधानमंत्री और पार्लियामेंट की जिम्मेदारी है सत्ताधारी दल की, कि बजाय इसके कि विपक्ष पे उंगली उठाए, उनके विचारों पर विचार करे। कानून बनाने से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, जुडिशल सिस्टम को ठीक करने से फर्क पड़ेगा। अगर किसी भी बड़े गुनाह की सजा 1 साल के अंदर मिल जाती है तो गुनाहों में कमी निश्चित तौर से आ जाएगी। आज 10 साल, 15 साल, 20 साल लगते हैं। तो इसलिए कानून बनाइए, लेकिन कानून बनाने से ज्यादा बेहतर है कि देश के जुडिशल सिस्टम के अंदर रिफॉर्म कीजिए।
इसका दूसरा मतलब है कि अशोक गहलोत जी ये चाहते हैं कि रेप करने वाले लोगों को फांसी की सज़ा न दी जाए, उसका मतलब ये निकलता है। और ऐसा नहीं है कि इस घटना की वजह से या रेप में फांसी देने की वजह से जो रेप से पीड़ित महिलाएं हैं उनकी हत्या कर देते हैं। ऐसे करने पे भी वो लोग पकड़े ही जाते हैं, तब तो हत्या और सुनिश्चित हो जाती है, क्योंकि हत्या करने के बाद तो फांसी की सज़ा निश्चित ही है। अशोक गहलोत जी का ये बयान जो है अच्छा बयान नहीं है, और चूंकि एक प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री हैं उनको सोच समझ करके बोलना चाहिए। इससे जो है रेपिस्ट के मन को और बढ़ावा मिलेगा, रेप करने वाले लोगों को, और ऐसी घटनाओं को दोहराने का काम करेंगे। मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि ये बयान उनको अपना वापस लेना चाहिए।
अशोक गहलोत जी को रेपिस्ट की भाषा बोलना बंद करना चाहिए। जो निर्भया का उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश में जितनी रेप पीड़िताएं हैं उनकी सेंटिमेंट्स को हर्ट हुआ है, उनका हौसला टूटा है। हमने बहुत मेहनत करके, अनशन करके देश में ये कानून बनवाया है कि छोटे बच्चों के बलात्कारियों को हर हाल में फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। ऐसे में राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री का काम है कि वो इस कानून को कड़ी तरीके से लागू करवाएं, जिससे कि रेपिस्ट के अंदर एक डर बैठे, ना कि फालतू की बयानबाजी करे।
जो बात मैंने कही वो तो मेरे वीडियो में है, आप लोगों ने उस दिन कैच किया था मुझे, बाइट मैंने आपको दी थी, आप उसको सुना दीजिए किसी को। आम जनता समझ रही है, ये नहीं समझ रहे हैं, इतने फर्क है। जनता समझ रही है कि एक ऐसा फैसला हुआ जिसमें फांसी की सजा हो गई रेप करने वाले को। बहुत कड़ा फैसला था, सोच समझ के किया, कानून बनाया उसके लिए भाई रेप होना बंद हो जाए कम से कम, और भय पैदा हो कि जो रेप होगा किसी बच्ची का उसको फांसी की सजा हो जाएगी। अच्छे उद्देश्य के लिए किया गया, परंतु जो रेपिस्ट है, जो जघन्य अपराध करते हैं, रेप करना किसे कहते हैं? किसी बच्ची का रेप हो रहा है, नाबालिग बच्ची का, तो उसको मालूम है कि ये बच्ची कल गवाह देगी मेरे खिलाफ में, तो मुझे फांसी की सजा हो जाएगी। फांसी से बचने के लिए वो उसका मर्डर कर देता है। मैं तो खाली हकीकत बताई जो देश में हो रहा है।
An irresponsible statement, that too by the Chief Minister of a state who also happens to be the Home Minister, is very shocking. The incidents of rapes are increasing, especially in Rajasthan. Unfortunately, Rajasthan happens to be #1 in the country in crimes against women. And these are statistics of the country and not just mine. Even in the last 4 months of this year, rapes in Rajasthan have gone up by 31%. And so a chief minister of a state needs to use his police force for protection of the women, protection of the citizens, and also creating an atmosphere of safety and security, rather than try and become a psychologist for rapists and give these statements. So what does he mean to say that a strict action, a punishment like hanging should be taken off? That's exactly what he's trying to say. Is that the thought process of Congress? And it's very unfortunate that a state like Rajasthan, which used to be so peaceful, and now you hear incidents of all kinds, riots, communal violence, crimes against women, everything is going up. And Rajasthan Chief Minister seems to have simple explanations for everything. The rapes are going up because we are accepting FIRs. You know, that's a ridiculous explanation. And he says deaths are going up because the punishment for rapes is hanging. I mean, instead of giving these comments, he should rather focus on safety and security of women in his state.
बहुत शर्मनाक बयान है और बहुत दुख की बात है कि जिस पद पे मुख्यमंत्री हैं, एक राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, इस उम्र में हैं, उन्होंने ऐसा बयान दिया, तो ये बहुत शर्म की बात है। पता नहीं कैसे ये लोग मंत्री बन जाते हैं। तो मैं तो यही कहूँगी कि कम से कम उनके राज्य में जितने रेपिस्ट हैं छोड़ा के अपने पार्टी में शामिल करने की उनका वोट बैंक बने, क्योंकि देश में छोटी छोटी बच्चियां महिलाएं इतनी संघर्ष कर रही हैं कि किसी को इंसाफ नहीं मिल रहा है। छोटी छोटी बच्चियों के साथ रेप बलात्कार हो रहा है, उसको मारा जा रहा है और उस वक्त कह रहे हैं कि नहीं फांसी देने से घटनाएं बढ़ जाए। तो इसका मतलब बच्चियों के साथ रेप होता रहे, बच्ची मरती रहे और मुजरिमों को छोड़ दिया, इनके हिसाब से छोड़ दिया। मैं तो बहुत अपने आप को भाग्यशाली समझती हूँ कि मौजूदा जो सरकार थी हमारी हेल्प करी। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि मौजूदा सरकार में हमें इंसाफ मिला। जिस तरह से इन्होंने बयान दिया तो मुझे तो नहीं लगता कि इनकी सरकार रहती तो मुझे इंसाफ भी मिलता। मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी कि इनको पूरे देश के महिलाओं से माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए।
Slipping into a very short break, lots line up for you on the other side of this very short break. Bihar Minister hints at rift in NDA, says that chapter is over now. And key Niti Aayog meet held in the national capital, and lots line up for you on the other side. It's marathon medal streak for India at the Commonwealth Games.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
A quick look at other top international stories. A top Taiwan official who led the missile development team of the self-governed Democratic Island nation was found dead in a hotel room yesterday. This development comes about at a time of tensions between the US and China.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, at a time when the likes of Mehbooba Mufti are trying to link Har Ghar Tiranga with saffron to give it a communal color, Muslim women in border district of Rajouri are giving a befitting reply as they say that they are proud to be a part of a team which is making Tiranga for upcoming August 15 celebrations. Shabana Kausar, Rifat Naz and Matsa Begum are among hundreds of those Muslim women in the Union Territory of J&K who are into tricolor making. They say it is proud to serve the country this way. In fact, project manager Kamran Hanif says that women are so excited that they come early in the morning and leave late in the evening as they feel it is a way to serve their country.
ये जो महिला हमारे साथ ये जुड़ी हुई हैं, ये सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में जुड़ी हुई थी। ये हमें जो ये टारगेट दिया हुआ है ये झंडे बनाने का, देश के लिए जो झंडे हम बना रहे हैं ये 15 अगस्त के लिए ये हमें टारगेट दिया हुआ है। हमें 15 अगस्त से पहले देने हैं, ये टारगेट पूरा करना है हमें। ये टारगेट हमारी महिला साथ में काम कर रही है और ये महिला हमारे साथ बहुत खुशी के साथ काम कर रही है। सर बहुत फख्र हमें महसूस हो रहा है। हमारे साथ जो महिलाएं हमारे गांव की जुड़ी हुई हैं इनको बहुत ज्यादा बहुत खुशी हो रही है, फख्र बहुत हो रहा है। बहुत फख्र वाली बात है, हमें खुशी महसूस हो रही है, हमारे दिल में बहुत ज्यादा खुशी महसूस हो रही है। सर हमारी जो 7 लड़कियां हमें सर ये पहले हमें जो बोला गया था, सर बोल रहे थे हमें, तो हमें लड़कियों को पूछा, लड़कियों बोल रही हैं क्यों नहीं हम अपने देश के लिए क्यों नहीं काम करेंगे। हमें फख्र हो रहा है, हमें क्योंकि हमें अपने देश के लिए झंडा बनाना, हमारे हाथों में जब कपड़ा आएगा हमें कितना खुश होगा।
मेरा नाम है रिफ्त नाज।
मैं कंडी ब्लॉक बुद्धल डिस्ट्रिक्ट रजौरी में रहने वाली हूँ। हमारा ये ग्रुप है औरतों का और हमें ये डिमांड हुई है इन तिरंगों की कि घर घर पे लगाए जाएंगे और हमें खुशी होगी, हमें फ़ख्र होगा, हमें बहुत खुशी हो रही है। हम अपने हाथों से बना के दे रहे हैं ये, और हमें ये 15 अगस्त से आगे बना कर देना चाहिए और हम अपने हाथों से बना कर दे रहे हैं। हमें खुशी हो रही है, हमें फ़ख्र हो रहा है, बहुत फ़ख्र महसूस हो रहा है और हमें ये घर घर में लगाने और ये दफ्तर पे भी लगेंगे और कोई फंक्शन हो तो भी लगेंगे और ये हम अपने हाथों से बना के दे रहे हैं और हमें डिमांड हुई है ये।
मेरा नाम शिवाना कौसर है, मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट रजौरी ब्लॉक बुद्धल की SHG मेंबर हूँ और जो 15 अगस्त आ रहा है इसके लिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने ये योजना चलाई है कि हर घर तिरंगा लहराना चाहिए। इसके लिए हमें हमारे जो ग्रुप वाले हैं और ग्रुप के जो BPM सर हैं उन्होंने ये हमें कपड़ा दिया हमारे हाथों से बनाने के लिए और हमें बहुत फ़ख्र हो रहा है कि हम अपने देश के लिए कुछ सेवा कर रहे हैं और हमें ये इसकी डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा है इन तिरंगों की और इसके लिए हम अपने हाथों से ये सिलाई कर रहे हैं और ये हम हर घर के ऊपर रखना चाहिए। हम जब देखेंगे तो हमें फ़ख्र महसूस हो कि हमने अपने देश के लिए ये तिरंगे बनाए और हमें बहुत फ़ख्र हो रहा है।
Now, visuals coming in from J&K's Rajouri, where women were seen crossing river to reach their safe help group centers to make tirangas as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Take a look. Now, as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, a marathon was organized in the national capital and fervor and spirit of patriotism was on display as young adults raced through the streets. Take a look at this report.
हर घर तिरंगा की जो थीम है और उसको आगे पहुंचा रहे हैं, मैराथन कर रहे हैं, आप क्या कहें?
ये जो मैराथन है ये यही दिखाती है कि सुबह 5-5 बजे उठ के सब लोग जो ये जज्बा दिखा रहे हैं, तिरंगे के लिए भागने आ रहे हैं। दूर दूर से मेरे को पता चला पानीपत से भी लोग यहाँ पर भागने आए हैं इस तिरंगे के लिए। तो ये जज्बा ही हमारे देश वालों का और ये एक पेट्रियोटिक फीलिंग है जो हमने जगाने की कोशिश करी है एंड मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम इसमें सक्षम उतरे हैं।
कितने किलोमीटर दौड़े आप?
ये हमारा टोटल जो मैराथन था दिस वाज अराउंड 6 किलोमीटर्स, ठीक है, और पूरे जोश के साथ सारे हर एज ग्रुप के लोग यहाँ पे थे। और एक मैसेज मेरा ये भी है कि सिर्फ अगस्त के महीने में पेट्रियोटिक होने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। पूरे साल के 12 महीने आपको पेट्रियोटिक होना है, दिन के 24 घंटे और हफ्ते में 7 दिन आपको पेट्रियोटिक होना है और रहना है। तो ये हमारा मैसेज था।
और देश प्रेम आपके मन में चाहिए।
2 लाइन में कविता की बोलना चाहूँगा। कोटि कोटि कंठों ने गाया माँ का गौरव गान है, कोटि कोटि कंठों ने गाया माँ का गौरव गान है। एक रहे हैं एक रहेंगे भारत की संतान है, एक रहे हैं एक रहेंगे भारत की संतान है। 2 लाइन और हमें। रुक ना पाए तूफानों में सबसे आगे बढ़े कदम, जीवन पुष्प चढ़ाने निकले माता के चरणों में हम। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम।
तो देखिए आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं लोगों के अंदर बहुत जोश है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा, विजय विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा। मैसेज यहाँ पर हर किसी ने पहुँचाने की कोशिश की है। दिल्ली के कनॉट प्लेस से ये आवाज़ निकली है और पूरी कोशिश ये रहेगी कि पूरा जो ये महीना है, बल्कि साल के 12 महीने, या ये कह सकते कि हम अपनी लाइफ के अंदर ये एक नई सोच लेकर आए, अपने तिरंगे के प्रति, अपने देश के प्रति प्रेम जगाए।
A very short break. Lots lined on the other side. Former Union Minister and JDU leader RCP Singh speaks to Republic. Responds to JDU's allegations, says will finish them politically. And it's raining medals for the country at the Commonwealth. Back-to-back victories follow.
Is computing in science and engineering an essential part of industry growth?
The technology is fast changing, and all the products that we are providing to the society, they require knowledge from interdisciplinary area.
Can the study of two different domains make students adept with problem solving?
I would just say that apart from getting the educational degrees, focus on developing skills for yourself.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend only on Republic TV.
Speaking at a ceremony to mark the 77th anniversary of the Hiroshima atomic bombing, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at the Hiroshima Peace Memorial says it is unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Crises with grave nuclear undertones are spreading fast from the Middle East to the Korean Peninsula to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is totally unacceptable for states in possession of nuclear weapons to admit the possibility of nuclear war.
Chinese media releases footage of its military conducting training exercises north, southwest and east of the island of Taiwan. China dispatched Navy ships, warplanes and launched missiles into the Taiwan Strait in response to a visit this week by U.S. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Amid the U.S.-China crisis, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meets with Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. During his visit, Blinken calls upon China and Taiwan to manage differences peacefully. Russian state news agency shares footage of the Zaporizhia nuclear plant in Enerhodar. The video features smoke rising above the site. According to the agency, local authorities reported news shared.
What about the moment when you're up there? I saw your picture there with the tricolor in your hands.
Yeah, I felt proud because there, like, I was representing the whole country, you know. Yeah. So I had that proud feeling that I made my country proud, and I think that feelings cannot be described into words.
Fatra Congress remark on rape sparks huge controversy. BJP lambasts Ashok Gehlot. Nirbhaya's mother demands Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's resignation over his controversial remarks. Delhi Commission for Women takes stock of Gehlot's remarks, demands action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister. Bihar Chief Minister hints at rift in NDA, says that chapter is over now. Former Union Minister RCP Singh speaks to Republic, responds to JDU's allegation, says will finish them politically. Prime Minister Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting for nearly 2 hours. State Centre cooperation across topics discussed. It's raining medals for India at the CWG 2022. Back-to-back victories follow. India's Eldho's Paul wins gold in men's triple jump final. Boxer Amit Pangal wins gold in the 48 to 51 kilogram weight category as India's golden glory continues. Starting the biggest story tonight with that major controversy that broke out over Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's remark where he blamed Nirbhaya rape verdict for rise in rape-related murder cases. Now he has issued a so-called clarification saying that he only spoke the reality upfront. He also ended up blaming the BJP over the controversy. Meanwhile, political reactions have been pouring in even as DCW has sought action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister.
और बच्चों में जब से कर दिया है कि भाई उसको फांसी सजा मिलेगी। अभय कांड जो निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है। उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई बच्चियों की।
The Congress party has shown that कांग्रेस का हाथ रेपिस्ट के साथ. This is the Congress's बलात्कारी बचाओ आंदोलन. Will Priyanka Vadra, who says लड़की हूँ लड़ सकती हूँ, today will she take a stand? Does the Congress party advocate weaker laws, less stringent laws against rapists?
जो बात मैंने कही वो तो मेरे वीडियो में है। आप लोगों ने उस दिन कैच किया था मुझे, बाइट मैंने आपको दी थी, आप उसको सुना दीजिए किसी को। आम जनता समझ रही है, ये नहीं समझ रहे हैं। इतने फर्क है, जनता समझ रही है कि एक ऐसा फैसला हुआ जिसमें फांसी की सजा हो गई रेप करने वाले को। बहुत कड़ा फैसला था, सोच समझ के किया, कानून बनाया उसके लिए भाई रेप होना बंद हो जाए कम से कम, और भय पैदा हो कि जो रेप होगा किसी बच्ची का उसको फांसी की सजा हो जाएगी। अच्छे उद्देश्य के लिए किया गया, परंतु जो रेपिस्ट है, जो जघन्य अपराध करते हैं, रेप करना किसे कहते हैं, किसी बच्ची का रेप हो रहा है, नाबालिग बच्ची का, तो उसको मालूम है कि ये बच्ची कल गवाह देगी मेरे खिलाफ में तो मुझे फांसी की सजा हो जाएगी। फांसी से बचने के लिए वो उसका मर्डर कर देता है। मैं तो खाली हकीकत बताई जो देश में हो रहा है।
देखिए, अशोक गहलोत के बयान पर विचार करना चाहिए। सीनियर लीडर है, कितनी बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे। रेप की सजा मौत है और कत्ल की सजा भी मौत है। एक आदमी को आप दो मौतें नहीं दे सकते। जो आदमी रेप कर रहा है वो ये सोचता है कि अगर हत्या कर दी गई तो शायद उसकी जान बच जाएगी, चूंकि सजा तो एक ही मिलेगी। यही मकसद है अशोक गहलोत का। आज जरूरत इस बात की है, प्रधानमंत्री और पार्लियामेंट की जिम्मेदारी है सत्ताधारी दल की, कि बजाय इसके कि विपक्ष पे उंगली उठाए, उनके विचारों पर विचार करे। कानून बनाने से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, जुडिशल सिस्टम को ठीक करने से फर्क पड़ेगा। अगर किसी भी बड़े गुनाह की सजा 1 साल के अंदर मिल जाती है तो गुनाहों में कमी निश्चित तौर से आ जाएगी। आज 10 साल, 15 साल, 20 साल लगते हैं। तो इसलिए कानून बनाइए, लेकिन कानून बनाने से ज्यादा बेहतर है कि देश के जुडिशल सिस्टम के अंदर रिफॉर्म कीजिए।
इसका दूसरा मतलब है कि अशोक गहलोत जी ये चाहते हैं कि रेप करने वाले लोगों को फांसी की सज़ा न दी जाए। उसका मतलब ये निकलता है। और ऐसा नहीं है कि इस घटना की वजह से या रेप में फांसी देने की वजह से
जो रेप से पीड़ित महिलाएं हैं उनकी हत्या कर देते हैं। ऐसे करने पे भी वो लोग पकड़े ही जाते हैं, तब तो हत्या और सुनिश्चित हो जाती है, क्योंकि हत्या करने के बाद तो फांसी की सज़ा निश्चित ही है। अशोक गहलोत जी का ये बयान जो है अच्छा बयान नहीं है, और चूंकि एक प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री हैं उनको सोच समझ करके बोलना चाहिए। इससे जो है रेपिस्ट के मन को और बढ़ावा मिलेगा, रेप करने वाले लोगों को, और ऐसी घटनाओं को दोहराने का काम करेंगे। मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि ये बयान उनको अपना वापस लेना चाहिए।
अशोक गहलोत जी को रेपिस्ट की भाषा बोलना बंद करना चाहिए। जो निर्भया का उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश में जितनी रेप पीड़िताएं हैं उनकी सेंटिमेंट्स को हर्ट हुआ है, उनका हौसला टूटा है। हमने बहुत मेहनत करके, अनशन करके देश में ये कानून बनवाया है कि छोटे बच्चों के बलात्कारियों को हर हाल में फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। ऐसे में राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री का काम है कि वो इस कानून को कड़ी तरीके से लागू करवाएं, जिससे कि रेपिस्ट के अंदर एक डर बैठे, ना कि फालतू की बयानबाजी करे।
An irresponsible statement, that too by the Chief Minister of a state who also happens to be the Home Minister, is very shocking. The incidents of rapes are increasing, especially in Rajasthan. Unfortunately, Rajasthan happens to be number one in the country in crimes against women. And these are statistics of the country and not just mine. Even in the last 4 months of this year, rapes in Rajasthan have gone up by 31%. And so a chief minister of a state needs to use his police force for protection of the women, protection of the citizens, and also creating an atmosphere of safety and security, rather than try and become a psychologist for rapists and give these statements. So what does he mean to say that a strict action, a punishment like hanging should be taken off? That's exactly what he's trying to say. Is that the thought process of Congress? And it's very unfortunate that a state like Rajasthan, which used to be so peaceful, and now you hear incidents of all kinds, riots, communal violence, crimes against women, everything is going up. And Rajasthan Chief Minister seems to have simple explanations for everything. The rapes are going up because we are accepting FIRs. You know, that's a ridiculous explanation. And he says deaths are going up because the punishment for rapes is hanging. I mean, instead of giving these comments, he should rather focus on safety and security of women in his state.
पहले तो उनकी बेटी सुने, उनकी माँ सुने, तो वो उसको कहे कि ये क्या आपने बोला है, तेरी बेटी है, घर में बेटी है, तो फिर खुद ब खुद माँ भी जाए उसको ले के कान से पकड़ के कि माफ़ी मांगो उस बेटी से और पूरे माशरे से, समाज से, हिंदुस्तान से माफ़ी मांगो।
Stoking a fresh controversy, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has now blamed rape laws for increase in rape cases, further adding that this trend is now being reported across the country.
अभयकांड जो निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है, उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लग गई बच्चियों की।
Hitting out at Gehlot over his controversial comment, BJP has now slammed Rajasthan Chief Minister, saying that this is not the first time Gehlot has faced flack for his sexist and misogynist comments.
Again, the Congress party has shown that Congress ka haath rapist ke saath. This is the Congress's Balatkari Bachao Andolan. Ashok Gehlot's statement is extremely shocking when he says that it is not the rapist, but in fact the rape laws, the stringent rape laws that were created after Nirbhaya, which took place under the watch of the UPA government, that is responsible for murders after rape. Does he mean to say, and does the Congress mean to say, that there should be less stringent laws against rapes?
Following the shocking comment by Gehlot, what followed was an even shocking defense. Congress leader Rashid Alvi said that Gehlot is a senior leader and therefore his views need to be considered.
देखिए, अशोक गहलोत के बयान पर विचार करना चाहिए। सीनियर लीडर है, कितनी बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे, रेप की सजा मौत है और कत्ल की सजा भी मौत है। एक आदमी को आप दो मौतें नहीं दे सकते।
DCW chairman Swati Maliwal too hitting out at Gehlot said that he should be stopped defending the rapist, further demanding action against Rajasthan Chief Minister over his remarks that was now triggered a furor.
अशोक गहलोत जी को रेपिस्ट की भाषा बोलना बंद करना चाहिए। जो निर्भया का उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश में जितनी रेप पीड़िताएं हैं उनकी सेंटिमेंट्स को हर्ट हुआ है, उनका हौसला टूटा है। हमने बहुत मेहनत करके, अनशन करके देश में ये कानून बनवाया है कि छोटे बच्चों के बलात्कारियों को हर हाल में फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। ऐसे में राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री का काम है कि वो इस कानून को कड़ी तरीके से लागू करवाएं, जिससे कि रेपिस्ट के अंदर एक डर बैठे, ना कि फालतू की बयानबाजी करे।
With crop diversification, self-sufficiency of agri communities and implementation of national education policy and urban governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meet, Prime Minister Modi chaired a key Niti Aayog meet today in the national capital. Massive row erupted over the Niti Aayog meet after Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR decided to skip the meet. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reasons for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discriminating trend of the centre towards the states. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who attended the meet, had to cut short her visit as she left the meet midway, citing cyclonic circulation in Kolkata. Political face-off over Niti Aayog meet continued as KTR took to social media, hitting out at the meeting. KTR added that the advice was disregarded by the Prime Minister and Cabinet in the past. RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav held Pratirod march against unemployment, inflation and price rise in Bihar's Patna. Hundreds of RJD supporters and leaders marched with leader Tejaswi Yadav in protest against the central government.
बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार से और जितना इन लोगों की संवैधानिक संस्थाएं हैं जो खिलौना बना रखा है, इससे सभी लोग परेशान हैं। खास तौर पे बिहार में बाढ़ और सुखाड़ से किसान परेशान हैं। तो तमाम ऐसे जन सरकार के जो मुद्दे हैं, इसको लेकर के आज हम लोग जनता के बीच आए हैं।
Massive political face-off has now erupted in Jharkhand after the government said that there were 407 schools in the state that are been declared Urdu schools and 509 schools that were illegally giving a weekly off on Friday instead of Sunday.
तुष्टिकरण करने वाली सरकार है। आप इस सरकार से और क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं? यहाँ एक IAS अधिकारी खुलेआम खुद को मुस्लिम अधिकारी बताते हैं। उर्दू को क्षेत्रीय और जनजातीय भाषा में शामिल किया जाता है, हिंदी को बाहर कर दिया जाता है, हाथ जोड़कर प्रेयर करने पर रोक लगा दिया जाता है। तो ये तो तुष्टिकरण करने वाली सरकार ही है। अब आप देखें, जब सरकार खुद से ही एडमिट कर रही है कि 500 से ज़्यादा स्कूलों में जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिख दिया गया और फ्राइडे की जगह संडे की जगह फ्राइडे को छुट्टी दी जा रही है, जबकि हमारी अपनी सूचना है कि 1800 से भी ज़्यादा ऐसे स्कूल हैं जहां ये प्रथा चल रही है।
Speaking on a plethora of issues from healthcare to education, Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal said that within 3 months of forming the government, AAP would provide free electricity to all in the state.
गुजरात में सरकार बनने के बाद हम 3 महीने के अंदर गुजरात के लोगों की बिजली मुफ्त कर देंगे, उनके भी जीरो बिजली के बिल आने लगेंगे। आज हमने आदिवासी समाज के लिए गारंटी का ऐलान किया। आदिवासी समाज को 5th शेड्यूल, पैसा दोनों कानून लागू किए जाएंगे और ट्राइबल एडवाइजरी कमेटी का चेयरमैन जो है वो ट्राइबल होगा। आदिवासी समाज के लिए गांव-गांव में अच्छे स्कूल बनाएंगे, हॉस्पिटल्स बनाएंगे, जैसे दिल्ली में बनाए, दिल्ली में हमने किया वैसे यहाँ भी करेंगे। और गुजरात के युवाओं को रोज़गार देने के लिए हमने पूरा प्लान बनाया है। 10 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां देंगे गुजरात के युवाओं को और हर बेरोज़गार युवा के लिए नौकरी का इंतजाम करेंगे। जब तक नौकरी नहीं मिलती तब तक बेरोज़गारी भत्ता देंगे।
On the other side, Prime Minister Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting for nearly 2 hours. State center cooperation across topics discussed. And it's raining medals for India at the CWG 2022. Back-to-back victories follow. All this and much more on the other side.
Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today. Massive row has now erupted over the Niti Aayog meet with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR's decision to skip the meeting. While Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID the reason for his absence, KCR called this a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री के चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने आज घोषणा की कि वो नीति आयोग की बैठक में कल उपस्थित नहीं होंगे। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं।
Hitting back at KCR's statement, Niti Aayog has now said the number of measures are already in place to closely work with states. Over 30 meetings that were held in the chief ministers of various states last year. Despite requests, KCR had not responded.
Providing a huge boost to Make in India and Atma Nirbharta in defense, US Navy ship Charles Drew arrived at the L&T's shipyard in Chennai today for undertaking repairs and allied services. This is the first ever repair of US Navy ship in India. The US Navy had awarded a contract to L&T's shipyard for undertaking maintenance of the ship. The event signifies the capabilities of Indian shipyards in the global ship repairing market. Indian shipyards offer wide-ranging and cost-effective ship repair and maintenance services using advanced maritime technology platforms. What you see right now on your screens are the latest images of the US Navy ship, which has basically arrived for repair in India. This is US Navy ship Charles Drew, which has basically arrived at the L&T's shipyard in Tamil Nadu for undertaking the repairs and allied services. Now, this is part of a contract that has been awarded by the US Navy ship to the conglomerate L&T. What you see are the latest images of the US Navy ship that has been docked in Chennai. As we speak right now, we'll try and also go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor in a short while from now. But just a quick recap of what we know so far is the latest of the US Navy ship Charles Drew, which has arrived at the L&T's shipyard, and it is going to go in for repairs and a few other allied services also. This is perhaps the first ever repair of a US Navy ship in India. So if we focus now, it's a massive gold rush in the Commonwealth Games. Indian boxer Nikhil Zareen has beaten McNall of Northern Ireland to win gold in the 48 to 50 kilogram flyweight category. In fact, India is in 4th position in the medals tally right now. As we speak, gold about 17 gold, and in silver about 12. This is yet another historic gold win for India. Nikhil Zareen has won the gold in the flyweight category. With this, India is right now in the 4th position in the medals tally. Earlier in the day also, in the boxing arena, we have seen the gold rush that's actually taken place. Nikhil Zareen also now winning gold at the CWG 2022. We'll go across to our reporters to get us the latest also right now in terms of the wins that have taken place in the Commonwealth Games. What you see right now are the latest images now coming in of Nikhil Zareen, who's got the gold in the flyweight category. Sunita Gadaria is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Gadaria, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, this is undoubtedly a big win for India. The medal tally also going up, a significant rise, if I may say so, this time as far as the medal tally is concerned. How would you perhaps encapsulate this time the performance of the Indian contingent in the CWG 2022?
See, in this CWG 2022, this tremendous, medal tally, which is increasing in athletics, so many medals, gold, silver and bronze, and weightlifting, boxing. This is all because of their hard work, first of all, their hard work, and Olympic gold medal by Neeraj Chopra was the, trigger point. That if he can win the gold medal, we can also win in the international level, So they were practicing hard. Plus, the government support is now remarkable. The top scheme is remarkable. And, they are now highly motivated runners, highly motivated coaches. They are practicing well and they are motivated because of their idols. One after the other competitions are going on and they are coming with medals, which is giving them great motivation. So this time, really, they have just broken the record of all medal tally. This is Dr. Sunita Godara, 92 Asian Marathon champion.
Ma'am, just want to take one more question with you with regards to the performance of Nikhil Zareen and several others also. We've seen, a scintillating performance, Ms. Godara, with regards to the performances that we've seen over the last few hours. What would you say is the most memorable moment as far as the CWG 2022 is concerned, and perhaps the stark contrast from the other championships that we have seen in the past?
See, for me, because I'm in marathon, and Avinash Sable's silver medal gave me the most goosebumps because he did his best performance competing with Kenyans and Ethiopians in 8 marathon. He crossed 1 hour, in 21 kilometers, and that time it was of course before Corona, and then we knew that this boy is going to do very well. And then after doing hard work of 2 years, keeping the target of Olympic medal, he has done his best in Commonwealth Games.
Ms. Godara, just one quick question also I would like to take with you with regards to the fact that you raised the first question that I had asked about the support that you've essentially seen coming in from government. Is it because of the kind of facilities, or would you see that there is a comprehensive package that is essentially resulting in a better performance. What is it, in your opinion, that has really worked right now, or is perhaps in a work in progress?
Yeah, the facilities, the packages, the financial support, and the political will. Now, whenever they are going for any international competition, the Prime Minister himself talking to them, motivating them, talking to them when they win medals, and he's on video calling. So these things make a lot of difference. First of all, this time, because so many are winning medals, then that, mental block is now breaking. That we cannot do anything at the world level, because Neeraj, Mirabai Chanu, so many medals. Earlier it was only games like tennis and badminton. Now in athletics, boxing, weightlifting was there earlier also in the medal tally, but very few. But now, they are now targeting gold, silver. Always they want to change the color of their medal. So this is all because of all support from the infrastructure, from the government side, packages from their departments, and their training pattern, the top scheme, where they don't bother about their bread and butter, they don't bother about their family support. Now they just bother about their performance.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Godara, for putting this into perspective. Staying on with the story, also we're getting in some of these celebration shots, a moment to be very proud of. As you see the contingent in Birmingham right now, hockey players who are celebrating. Let's perhaps just we'll try and bring in those visuals also. These appear to be the visuals coming in right now from India. We'll place all those images together as undoubtedly a great day for Indian sports. Today we have seen a massive gold rush in the CWG 2022, which is underway in Birmingham. A short while back, news coming in that Nitin Zareen has also won the gold in boxing. On the other side, former Union Minister RCP Singh speaks to Republic. Response to JDU's allegations, says will finish them politically. It's raining medals for India at the CWG 2022. Back-to-back victories follow.
In a shocking incident, a speeding bolero crushed an elderly man last night at Azad Chowk in Chhindwara, and reports suggest while the elderly man died at the spot, 5 others were critically injured. In yet another shocking video making rounds on social media, a young man was stabbed and his wife was brutally thrashed by unknown miscreants over a car parking issue at Vegetable Market near Birla Nagar Bridge. Police have informed that the injured have been moved to a hospital and investigation has been launched to nab the accused. A dhaba operator employees thrashed Kanwarias over the bathing issue, and police have registered a case at Simrol police station and investigation too has been launched. Here's some news from across the country in brief. With the crop diversification, self-sufficiency of oilseed, pulse and agri communities, implementation of the National Education Policy and Urban Governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi is set to chair the Niti Aayog meet today.
निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिली, उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लगती बच्चियों में। रेप करने वाला देखता है कि ये तो गवाह बन जाएगी अगर मेरे खिलाफ में, तो वो रेप भी करते हैं और हत्या भी कर देते हैं बच्चियों में।
This kind of support being given to the rapists and slamming the rape laws is extremely disgusting. Will Priyanka Vadra ji, who says ladki hu lad sakti hu, will she take a stand?
Thanks for tuning in this Sunday evening. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's get started with a roundup of all that made news through the day. Our top story with crop diversification, self-sufficiency of agri communities and implementation of national education policy and urban governance topping the agenda of the 7th Governance Council meet. The Prime Minister chaired the Niti Aayog meet today in the national capital. Several issues, including presentations on the national education policy, were discussed during the Niti Aayog meet. This was, in fact, the first in-person Niti Aayog meet that was held after the COVID pandemic.
नीति आयोग की 7वीं मीटिंग थी। मेरी पहली मीटिंग थी मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद। तो आज मैंने डिटेल में होमवर्क करके मैं गया था। डिटेल में मैंने पंजाब के मसले नीति आयोग में रखे, जिसमें सबसे बड़ा है जो फसल की विभिन्नता।
Meanwhile, Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik at the Niti Aayog Governance Council meet requested the central government to make Odisha a special focus state and provide funds for disaster proofing as the state gets frequently impacted by the natural calamities. While touching upon the topic of GST, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel said that the tax system has caused a lot of revenue loss to the state, further requesting that GST compensation grant must be continued even post June 2022 for the next 5 years. The Indian Space Research Organization ISRO scripted history as it launched its first new rocket, the small satellite launch vehicle from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Andhra Pradesh, Sriharikota. After successfully launching the SSLV, ISRO informed that the satellites placed were no longer usable due to deviation caused by salvage action due to logic failure to identify a sensor failure. At a time when the rift between the BJP and the JDU appears to be widening, with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar complaining about not getting proportional participation in the Union Cabinet, it is pertinent to mention here that senior JDU leader and former Union Minister RCP Singh has resigned from the party.
केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद में कोई जनता दल यू का मेंबर नहीं है, तो ये कोई आकस्मिक घटना या कोई बहुत आश्चर्यजनक घटना नहीं है, क्योंकि जनता दल यू ने अपना सुविचारित निर्णय पहले ही सार्वजनिक कर दिया था कि जनता दल यू की कोई रुचि केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद में शामिल होने की नहीं है।
Speaking exclusively to the public, former Union Minister and JDU leader RCP Singh responded to JDU's allegations of corruption, saying that he will finish them politically. Meanwhile, Republic has received an exclusive scoop that the former Union Minister and JDU leader will file a defamation case in court against party leaders who tried to malign his image. After the bitter resignation of RCP Singh, the JDU has alleged that another Chirag model was in the making to orchestrate the downfall of the JDU.
एक मॉडल इस्तेमाल किया गया था 2020 के विधानसभा के चुनाव में, चिराग मॉडल, और दूसरा चिराग मॉडल तैयार किया जा रहा था। लेकिन कभी अगर होगा आगे तब बताएंगे कि षड्यंत्र कहां-कहां हुआ और कैसे-कैसे हुआ। लेकिन आज ऐसे लोग भी बोल रहे हैं, अरे भाई कोई भी आदमी षड्यंत्र क्यों करते हो नीतीश कुमार जी को छोटा करने के लिए? नीतीश कुमार जी ने बिहार में एक लंबी लकीर खींची है विकास की।
Meanwhile, TMC's West Bengal General Secretary and spokesperson Kunal Ghosh has been censored by the party for 14 days for commenting against sacked West Bengal minister and suspended party leader Partha Chatterjee. And in more news coming in, stoking a fresh controversy, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has now blamed rape laws for increase in rape cases, further adding that this trend is now being reported across the country.
अभय कांड जो निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है, उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लग गई बच्चियों की.
Hitting out at Gehlot over his controversial remark, BJP has now slammed the Rajasthan Chief Minister, saying that this is not the first time that the Rajasthan Chief Minister is facing flack for his sexist and misogynist comments and trivializing rape acts.
Once again, the Congress party has shown that Congress का हाथ रेपिस्ट के साथ. This is the Congress's बलात्कारी बचाओ आंदोलन. Ashok Gehlot's statement is extremely shocking when he says that it is not the rapist, but in fact the rape laws, the stringent rape laws that were created after Nirbhaya, which took place under the watch of the UPA government, that is responsible for murders after rape. Does he mean to say, and does the Congress mean to say, that there should be less stringent laws against rapes?
And following the shocking remarks by the Rajasthan Chief Minister, what followed was an even shocking defense. Congress leader, meanwhile, Rashid Alvi, has said that Gehlot is a senior leader and therefore his views need to be considered.
देखिए, अशोक गहलोत के बयान पर विचार करना चाहिए. सीनियर लीडर है, कितनी बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे. रेप की सजा मौत है और कत्ल की सजा भी मौत है. एक आदमी को आप दो मौतें नहीं दे सकते.
Meanwhile, DCW Chairman Swati Maliwal too hit out at Gehlot for his shocking remarks, saying that he should stop defending rapists, further demanding action against the Rajasthan Chief Minister for his remarks that has now triggered a furor.
तो गहलोत जी को रेपिस्ट की भाषा बोलना बंद करना चाहिए. जो निर्भया का उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश में जितनी रेप पीड़िताएं हैं उनकी सेंटिमेंट्स को हर्ट हुआ है, उनका हौसला टूटा है. हमने बहुत मेहनत करके, अनशन करके देश में ये कानून बनवाया है कि छोटे बच्चों के बलात्कारियों को हर हाल में फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए. ऐसे में राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री का काम है कि वो इस कानून को कड़ी तरीके से लागू करवाएं, जिससे कि रेपिस्ट के अंदर एक डर बैठे, ना कि फालतू की बयानबाजी करे.
Union Minister of Jal Shakti Gajendra Singh Shekhawat flayed Rajasthan Chief Minister for making controversial statements to hide his failures. The remarks came as a reaction to Chief Minister's statement in the national capital during the demonstration by the Congress against the central government over price rise and unemployment.
इस मीटिंग में उन्होंने जो बहुत उपकार किया मेरे ऊपर कि एसडीएम बदोदरा को भेजा, क्योंकि उनके डिपार्टमेंट में, उनके विभाग में बाकी सब लोग इतने व्यस्त हैं कि उनको समय नहीं और किसी को कोई जानकारी नहीं. सब हवा में बातें कर रहे हैं. कोई कह रहा है हमारे पास में, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कितने बीमार पशुओं का इलाज हुआ, लेकिन हमारे पास इतने की दवाई पड़ी. दवाई क्या काम है जब पशुओं तक नहीं पड़ती. कोरोना में हॉस्पिटल में दवाई पड़ रही थी और हम कहते हैं कि कोरोना में जो है हमारे हॉस्पिटल में दवाइयों से भरे, उससे इलाज होता है.
Meanwhile, massive row erupted over the Niti Aayog meet after Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Telangana Chief Minister KCR decided to skip the meet, while Nitish Kumar stated recovery from COVID as a reason for his absence. KCR called this as a mark of protest against the present discrimination trend of the centre towards the state. Meanwhile, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who attended the meet, had to cut short her visit. She left the meet midway, citing cyclone situation in Kolkata. And political face-off also continues over the Niti Aayog meet as KTR took to social media to hit out at this meet. KTR added that the advice was disregarded by Prime Minister and Cabinet in past earlier. RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav held Pradhirodh march against unemployment, inflation and price rise in Bihar's Patna. Hundreds of RJD supporters and leaders marched with the leader in protest against the central government.
पूरा देश परेशान है महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार से, और जितना इन लोगों की संवैधानिक संस्थाएं हैं जो खिलौना बना रखा है, इससे सभी लोग परेशान हैं. खास तौर पे बिहार में बाढ़ और सुखाड़ से किसान परेशान हैं। तो तमाम ऐसे जन सरकार के जो मुद्दे हैं इसको लेकर के आज हम लोग जनता के बीच आए हैं।
And massive political face-off that has erupted in Jharkhand after the government said that there were 407 schools in the state that had been declared Urdu schools and 509 schools that were illegally giving a weekly off on Friday instead of Sunday.
देखिए, ये तुष्टिकरण करने वाली सरकार है। आप इस सरकार से और क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं। यहाँ एक IAS अधिकारी खुलेआम खुद को मुस्लिम अधिकारी बताते हैं। उर्दू को क्षेत्रीय और जनजातीय भाषा में शामिल किया जाता है, हिंदी को बाहर कर दिया जाता है, हाथ जोड़कर प्रेयर करने पर रोक लगा दिया जाता है। तो ये तो तुष्टिकरण करने वाली सरकार ही है। अब आप देखें, जब सरकार खुद से ही एडमिट कर रही है कि 500 से ज़्यादा स्कूलों में जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिख दिया गया और फ्राइडे की जगह संडे की जगह फ्राइडे को छुट्टी दी जा रही है, जबकि हमारी अपनी सूचना है कि 1800 से भी ज़्यादा ऐसे स्कूल हैं जहां ये प्रथा चल रही है।
Speaking on a plethora of issues from healthcare to education, Delhi Chief Minister and AAP National Convener Arvind Kejriwal said that within 3 months of forming the government, the AAP would provide free electricity to all in the state of Gujarat.
गुजरात में सरकार बनने के बाद हम 3 महीने के अंदर गुजरात के लोगों की बिजली मुफ्त कर देंगे, उनके भी 0 बिजली के बिल आने लगेंगे। आज हमने आदिवासी समाज के लिए गारंटी का ऐलान किया। आदिवासी समाज को 5th शेड्यूल, पैसा दोनों कानून लागू किए जाएंगे और ट्राइबल एडवाइजरी कमेटी का चेयरमैन जो है वो ट्राइबल होगा। आदिवासी समाज के लिए गांव-गांव में अच्छे स्कूल बनाएंगे, हॉस्पिटल्स बनाएंगे, जैसे दिल्ली में बनाए, दिल्ली में हमने किया वैसे यहाँ भी करेंगे। और गुजरात के युवाओं को रोज़गार देने के लिए हमने पूरा प्लान बनाया है। 10 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां देंगे गुजरात के युवाओं को और हर बेरोज़गार युवा के लिए नौकरी का इंतजाम करेंगे। जब तक नौकरी नहीं मिलती तब तक बेरोज़गारी भत्ता देंगे।
And in news coming from Uttarakhand, where a bus carrying 39 passengers fell in near the Masuri gate of ITBP camp. Following the incident, the ITBP officials rushed to the accident spot and evacuated the injured. Meanwhile, no fatalities were reported. However, 8 passengers were seriously injured. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia flagged off Akasa Air's first commercial flight that will operate on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad route. Akasa Air is backed by ace investor Rakesh Jhunjhunwala and aviation veterans Aditya Ghosh and Vinay Dubey, and got its first air operator certificate as well from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation on 7th of July. Mohsin Ahmed was arrested in search operation that was conducted by the NIA in ISIS module case from North Delhi. Reports suggest that the arrested accused is an active member of the proscribed terror organization ISIS. In a big breakthrough in the RDX case, a second suspected terrorist has now been arrested and was presented in court by STF team, and in a latest update coming in, the accused has now been remanded to 9-day custody. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, a live grenade was recovered at a village, Kalar Katal, in Pooch of JNK, following which the SOG party of police station were rushed to the spot. However, no casualties have been reported. During early morning searches, police team was attacked by some unknown miscreants with sharp-edged weapons, injuring 2 jawans as well, following which police fired 2 rounds in air, and a case that was also registered to nab the accused. In an incident coming to light, 3 school students who went to bathe at Gomti River in Lucknow were reported dead. Police have also launched a probe to ascertain the cause of death. As heavy rainfall continues to lash the hill state of Uttarakhand, a massive landslide was reported in Champawat, further blocking the Champawat-Amrohi National Highway and triggering rescue and relief operations as well. In more news, 8 bogies of a goods train were derailed on the Delhi-Rohtak railway line. The accident led to blocking of the railway track near Karawar railway station in Haryana's Rohtak. The IMD has sounded a yellow alert in Bengal and orange alert across Bengal as under the influence of cyclonic situation over the northwest Bay of Bengal and neighborhood, a low pressure area has been formed over northwest Bay of Bengal off Odisha West Bengal coast. It is likely to become more marked during the next 24 hours. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, on National Handloom Day, shared a video with a message, and I quote, "This is a tribute to India's rich cultural diversity and all those working to celebrate our artistic traditions. My handloom is my pride." As part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations, a bike rally was organized in Maharashtra's Mumbai. Around 150 bikers flagged off the rally from Mumbai and were joined by several others at the Gateway of India.
हम लोग ने जो बाइक रैली निकाली है, ये सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस के हिसाब से रैली निकाली है। हेलमेट सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस, राइडिंग सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस, और अभी आज़ादी का 75वां जो साल है उसका अमृत महोत्सव है, तो आज़ादी के 75वें साल के महोत्सव के लिए वो जश्न मनाने के लिए हम लोग ये बाइक रैली निकाली।
In Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch, the Indian Army organized a marathon as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Colourful visuals also came in as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. As part of 75th Independence Day celebrations, the ITBP has shared a video and stated that a video dedicated to national flag and all the soldiers of security forces and civilians who laid and continue laying their lives in the line of duty serving the nation. In Chhatarpur, 170-kilometer long cycle Tiranga was flagged off by Chhatarpur Range DIG to mark the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के तहत हम लोग घर घर तिरंगा अभियान में जागरूकता के लिए आज हमने पन्ना जिले के मंडला से लेकर निवाड़ी जिले के पृथ्वीपुर तक एक तिरंगा यात्रा का साइकिल यात्रा कर रहे हैं। बेसिक उद्देश्य यही है कि लोग जागरूक हों और 13 से 15 तारीख तक सभी लोग अपने अपने घरों में अपने राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को फहराएं और राष्ट्रीय ध्वज के सम्मान में आस्था अपनी प्रदर्शित करें। यही हमारा उद्देश्य, सभी को इसी के लिए जागरूक करने के लिए कर रहे हैं।
Students and army jawans celebrated Har Ghar Tiranga campaign at the Darha Lal Parghal post in Rajouri, which is located 8,000 feet above the sea level. Visuals came in from Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri, where women were seen crossing river to reach their safe help group centers to make Tiranga as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. And in wake of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, the sale of tricolour is in full swing across Madhya Pradesh. Heartwarming visuals also came in from Ujjain, where tricolour was being sold at every post office in the city as well as rural areas. As part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, a marathon was also organized in the national capital, and fervour and spirit of patriotism was on display as young adults raced through the streets. The marathon was organized by Confederation of All India Traders.
तिरंगा जिस तरीके से ये मुहिम लेकर पूरा राष्ट्र आगे बढ़ रहा है, आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि इस वक्त मैं दिल्ली के कनॉट प्लेस में मौजूद हूं और यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से नेशनल फ्लैग को लेकर एक मैराथन, एक रैली की गई और यहाँ पर वो लोग मौजूद हैं जिन्होंने इस मैराथन में हिस्सा लिया। आप देख सकते हैं इनके हाथ में नेशनल फ्लैग जो है वो लहरा रहा है। और
in Gujarat's Vadodara, students of a school formed human chair as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Watch this heartwarming video as students with great pride and spirit of patriotism join the human chain. And in more news coming in, this one on the Commonwealth Games, as Neetu Gangan has clinched the gold medal in women's over 45 kg category of final with a 5-0 victory over her England counterpart. This is India's 14th gold medal at the Commonwealth Games. Amit Pangal won the gold medal for India in men's over 48 kg, 51 kg flyweight final bout after picking up a 5-0 win over England's McDonald. This is India's 15th gold medal at the Birmingham 2022. Women's hockey team led by Savita Punia defeated New Zealand by 2-1 in a penalty shootout to win the bronze medal at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. India's Eldoze Paul won gold and India's Abdullah Abu Bakar bagged silver in men's triple jump final. PV Sindhu defeated Singapore's Jia Men Yo in women's singles semi-final and advanced into the final.
As the women's cricket team is set to face Australia in the Commonwealth Games today, men in blue shared a video wishing the women in blue. The tweet read, and I quote, "Wishes and good luck galore for our women's team from our men's team as they take on Australia in the finals of the Commonwealth Games today." Reiterating its aggressive stand, China said that Taiwan has never been a country and accused the United States of attempting to change the status quo of Taiwan Strait by hollowing out the One China policy. The United States, Australia and Japan have urged China to immediately cease its military exercises and reaffirmed their commitment to maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Johannesburg today for his next leg of five-nation tour. Blinken has already made stops in Cambodia and Philippines, where he met with his Philippine counterpart and the country's newly elected president. And in more news coming